All right, it is 5 o'clock. We'll call this committee of the whole meeting to order. If we could all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Doing roll call, all voting members are present. We will open up the floor for public comment tonight, and let me remind you of a couple of the rules. We have a 3-minute time limit on public comment. Please keep it to city business and not personal or political attacks. Councilmember Heeman here will be the timekeeper, and he'll hold up a 1-minute sign when there's 1 minute remaining. Anybody for public comment this evening? Hearing none, we will move on to business item E1, agenda request from Casey Tronson.
Good evening. Attached for your consideration is a request received to amend city code to permit and regulate the keeping of quail on residential properties. The applicant proposes establishing standards consistent with existing regulations for other small animals currently allowed within city limits. To assist in your evaluation, we've included Chapter 87 of the city code outlining the current parameters and enforcement standards for comparable animals. There's also a few comparable other cities who allow, or with whether or not they allow quail. It looks like of these cities listed, only one does not allow quail, and the rest do. And these cities are East Bethel, Princeton, Cambridge, Ham Lake, and North Branch. And some of them also just refer to them as fowl, just in general. And so and St. Francis also, sorry. So if you have any additional questions, I know we have a resident expert in our associate planner, Jared Haas. And also the applicant is here to answer any of your questions as well.
Sounds good, thank you. So I guess I have a couple questions. I did a little bit of research and found out that the males, similar to roosters, are a little bit more noisy at times. Jared, what would you have to say about this? What do you think about impact? That's the only concern I have is neighbors.
They do make more noise than the females, but they're much quieter than a chicken, and the females are quieter than chickens as well. And I would compare their call to more like a songbird. Even if you heard them, you would probably think it was just a wild bird in a tree. You wouldn't think it was an unusual disturbance normally.
Okay. George, have you ever had any quail?
No, my daughter raises them. She has like 12 of them up in Alaska. They're pretty problem-free. I don't have any problem with adding this to ordinance at all.
Nick, Erica, or Steve, anybody?
I did this, I called a few people that I knew would be, maybe have more information than I clearly do, and no one seemed to raise any issues. I was trying to think of why we would be concerned about it, or why Princeton said no, but no one knew of any issues.
Okay. Steve?
Well, it all goes back, I mean, we allowed chickens, then there was geese, and then there was ducks, and
Racing
turkeys,
pigeons.
and racing pigeons, and racing pigeons aren't an issue, but, you know, what's next? Pigs, horses, cows, I mean,
We allow horses.
I mean, we allow chickens. I mean, Minneapolis allows chickens. I don't know about, you know, quail or anything else. You know, people have rabbits, you know, I mean, I think we have to kind of keep it to smaller mammals, personally. I mean, I have no problem with the quails, but it's what's next? Then what's next? Then what's next? You know, I definitely don't want somebody having a bunch of pigs or horses or cows in my neighborhood, you know. Like I said, I have no problems with the quail, but I think at some point we do have to limit to the size of this
Sure.
at some point.
Nick?
Does the applicant have a specific number or a ratio being requested, or was it just carte blanche permission?
Can you come up to the microphone, please? Thank you for coming in. Just state your name and address for the record, please. And we have had some technical difficulties with our software here, so some of our stuff hasn't come through quite right.
Yeah, I submitted it, in my application, I said 50. I know for racing pigeons, our limit is 100. They're about like the size of a guinea pig. They basically make guinea pig sounds, so I don't feel that 50 is unreasonable.
Okay.
I don't know if my application text was included in what you guys have.
I don't think
see it.
so. We didn't see that.
Yeah, I did not see that number.
All it says is change city ordinance to allow or regulate keeping of quail on residential properties.
Only her, her agenda request is in your packet.
Right.
Okay. Sure. Can you tell me how big of a city lot do you have? Okay. Okay.
I think, personally, I think 50 is a lot.
A lot.
For
Yes.
less than a quarter acre. That's typical what a city lot is. I think 50 is, I mean, if you had an acre or a half acre, it might be a little different, but I think that size is,
Again, they are smaller than racing pigeons, and we do allow 100 racing pigeons per, like, normal residential lot.
Is that an old ordinance that's just never been changed? I haven't seen that one.
well, when racing
We're
pigeons
allowed
came in,
100.
I thought we limited them to a smaller amount,
Yeah, 100 seems like,
a lot.
yes.
I thought we did 15 or something.
I thought we did like
Yeah,
25, I
it was
thought.
somewhere around that. I'm not seeing it in our.
I think it was like around 20.
It's on page 7 of the packet. It says our racing pigeon,
Does it say a number?
the maximum total amount of pigeons shall not
It's
exceed
in letter
100.
I.
So, yep, so on page 8.
Okay.
Item I.
But didn't that also stipulate in the size of the acreage?
Nope.
I thought that was a stipulation on the acreage size. That was just like with the chickens. Less than 3 acres was 10 chickens.
It should be, I mean, I could see maybe my property was 6 acres holding 100, but not an average residential, lot. We need to relook at that.
It doesn't specify acreage, it just says R1A zoning district.
Correct.
I don't ever remember discussing anything about pigeons and quantities, so I think it was.
Stephanie, how big is an
Yes.
There
R1?
before me.
So the R1A zoning district, it is only allowed in that district, which is generally our more rural residential lots.
Right.
So it doesn't necessarily limit it to lot size, but it is all of this dark blue area.
And those are generally over an acre, I would say.
Most of them, I would
Yeah.
say. There are some that don't fall in that acre, but I'd say like a lot are 4 acres or more.
Okay.
So that is kind of the limiting factor there. I guess I didn't see that quantity in our packet, so I have a little bit of concern about that, just based on what other cities are doing. I think a smarter approach on this might be to, I don't know what we can do, but do like a conditional use type permit, so we can see if say if she does something like that, and then the neighbors have an issue with it, then we're not set in ordinance forever. It's like we can take it on an evaluation basis. Is that something that we could consider?
Yep, you could always do that. It will just have to be added to our zoning ordinance, I believe. I have to look what that looks like for conditional use, because this is in our regular ordinance. So I just have to figure out how we need to set that up. You could also restrict it to zoning districts as well. And you could do the number allowed per district, just like chickens, or acreage as well, which is what I would recommend.
Okay.
I do agree that is it North Branch and Cambridge set forth, like they have the acreage.
Right.
Whether it's this big to this big with a certain set of, because 50 does seem like a lot. I would probably be concerned if I was your neighbor, but you're right, I don't know what they are. I just know that they're smaller birds. Is there a purpose to them other than you just love them?
The eggs.
Okay, okay. And that's what I figured, but I just didn't know. Because I know in some of these places, they don't let you do egg sales. So, I mean, we would want to know, like, if that's your intention, like, that's a little,
Yeah, it does not allow for a commercial egg or operation in a residential district within our zoning.
So it
Okay.
should be the same way as chickens, because I know we also don't allow egg sales with chickens.
yeah,
But,
yeah.
I mean, we allow a good amount of chickens for just our regular residential homes.
Yeah, I think that's up
I
to
think it's 15, 10 to
10,
15.
somewhere in
I
there.
feel like that's a lot of eggs for, you know what I mean? So
Yeah.
it's not unreasonable.
Well, 10 to 50, I'm kind of like, ooh, 50 is a lot, but,
You know, one thing is, when you take Ham Lake isn't a traditional city like Isani and Cambridge. Those are typically 1 acre lots, they're larger areas, they're more considered rural areas than, even though they are technically a city, they're larger lots.
Same
But
thing with
if
East
you
Bethel.
look at all the other restrictions, you know, they're stating 3 acres or less, total of 6 fowl. 3 acres more, 12. North Branch, 1 to .99 acres is 5. So, I mean, they are limiting, you know, the quail requirements in those areas. I do understand what you mean about the racing pigeons, but from people that I know of, most people that have racing pigeons, they're housed. They're always in a pen, locked up. They're not,
Yeah, in my, whatever I sent in, these guys are also supposed to be housed. They are not ever to be free-ranged, so.
Okay. Do you know, can we get that sent to us? And I think that's maybe pertinent. Is there a lot more information in that?
I have like 6 pages.
Okay. Well, yeah, I think we should probably look at that.
Quail information that you have, or?
her application,
well, it was what she's requesting.
It is what she submitted for a zoning change originally, is what she's referring to, not with this agenda request. And so she didn't attach it to this agenda request, it's
Okay.
what you submitted for a zoning amendment, which is not what this is, it's an ordinance amendment, so it's different, but, yes, we can forward that on to you.
And then we can have maybe a discussion at the next city council meeting. We can all look at it and
Yeah.
just have an understanding, because I don't think it'd be responsible for us
We
to
can't,
make.
we can't really take actions in a committee of the
Right.
whole. We can get a consensus and bring it on to the next city, council meeting. That's one of the things with the committee of the whole, we can't take actions on it.
I was just doing what I was told to do.
Yeah,
Yep,
it
no,
is, and
that's
it is
fine.
confusing. I get it. It's totally, all the processes is hard to understand, but we want to take care of our residents and their requests. So I would propose that we, do we need to table this, or what is the term? Just put it on the next city council agenda, and please send us that full information. And all of us take our time to do a little research and decide if we want to, how we want to package that. Also, I would recommend that we look at the rest of this ordinance, if there's anything else while we're in here, to look at, if we want to change anything else.
Yeah, we can postpone it until the June 2nd city council meeting. At that time, we can have a draft written, and then it can go back to the following one if you approve, so we can get it posted for the 10 days.
Okay, does that sound good to everybody? All right, sounds good. We will move on to item, thank you for coming in, I appreciate it. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out to any of us. We will move on to item E2, Evergreen Apartment Request.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So Tabitha Johnson had made a request on behalf of Evergreen Apartments to request to be able to park alongside city streets 1 to 2 times per winter season. So at those times that they could do a full parking lot clean out of the snow removal. At the last meeting, it was discussed, and it was requested that the Public Services Director send out letters to everyone on Wendover Street, and we did so, and we had not heard from anyone.
I did get emails yesterday and
Okay.
today, so I printed you all off a copy of it, but mostly their concern is safety for the kids, parking in front of their mailboxes, not getting their street plowed as efficiently because there's vehicles on the streets. But yeah, I'll hand these out.
Sounds good, thank you. Okay. Sounds good. All right, we'll just pass those out and have a minute to look at those. And I did receive one concern about not having somewhere to park, say if the Evergreen people come and park and people need to plow out their own driveways, they don't have room anywhere to park their car to clear out their driveways. That was the one concern I heard.
And Mayor and Council, Tabitha is here in the audience as well, if
Okay.
you have any further questions for her.
Okay, sounds good. I'll just give you guys a minute to look these over quick. All right. How would you guys like to do this as a group? Would you like to have the Evergreen come up first, or the residents, or what do you guys think?
Resident first.
Residents first?
Yeah, because we know the position of like we've read.
Sure, okay. Can you come up to the microphone, just state your name and address for record, please? Thank you. Thanks for coming in.
Absolutely. So Tabitha Johnson, Evergreen Apartments, community leader. My original request actually didn't include Wendover Street. My request was in hopes that we could, and maybe I missed this at the previous meeting.
Yep.
Okay, was to allow my residents to park maybe 24 hours on County Road 5. Now, I acknowledge that no parking signs have come up, and I've made it clear that I actually appreciate that just as much as everybody else, from the cemetery to the neighborhoods in the area too. That was never our intent. We don't allow the residents to park there. We've never asked them to park there. Everybody has an assigned parking space at my property, so there's no reason they needed to be parked there in the first place. But just as the director, or what, I'm not entirely sure what his position is, but just as he was given an exception for funeral parking, for parking to be allowed on County Road 5, my request would be similar, so that we could safely remove the snow from the parking lot. but still give my residents a place to park where they used to have a place to park in previous years, and now they don't. So I would agree with everything, all of the concerns about Wendover Street. It's a tiny street, it's a cul-de-sac. I couldn't agree more. It's not, to me, it doesn't make sense
Sure.
to have my residents park there, plus what's already happening in that neighborhood. There's 25, 50, 75 cars at my property that would need a place to be, potentially. There could be in the garage, they could be at work, whatever. There wouldn't be 75 vehicles on Wendover Street, nor would there on County Road 5. So my ask is actually to allow temporary parking for residents according to their schedule to get off of the lot in time to clear it for the few hours in the morning typically, and then for them to get home from work or school or whatever and get their vehicles off County Road 5 and back to where that they need to be. So that's my actual request. I wouldn't propose Wendover Street myself.
Sure, and so I'll give you a little clarification. We did ask that question and in the last meeting, and we have no jurisdictional control over County Road 5 as a city. It's in the city limits, but we cannot allow or disallow parking there. So we were told that the county would not allow parking for this snow removal process. So
Okay.
we were trying to come up with a city solution for you, and
Okay.
this was the only option that wasn't on a snow emergency route that we could even potentially consider. And based on the feedback that I read, I'm not in favor of it. Now, I don't know if maybe we can try and persuade the county to allow it, like if I can call them and say, hey, maybe you guys have a misunderstanding of this, or maybe there's some sort of way to do that. I don't know, have you talked to the county at all about?
No, I'm happy to.
Okay.
Happy to help take the next step or advocate or
Sure.
attend whatever I need to attend, yeah.
Okay, that sounds good. Yeah, there's a lot of disconnect because you would think it's a road in our city and we're responsible for it, but we have no jurisdictional control, and our hands are tied on pretty much everything on that road, so.
And so do you know if the cemetery did that, they went to the county and got that exception for funeral processions as well?
Yeah, I was under the understanding that someone talked to them regarding that parking issue.
Perfect, then, yeah, it sounds like
There should be the same general process that they have. You would make a request to have a conditional use permit or some sort of variance, which I personally think it makes sense. If we had control of it, I think we would have just said, yeah, use that road for a day or whatever, but we don't, so.
Yeah, so just then on the record, I myself would not propose Wendover Street.
Okay, well, that makes it easy then.
Yeah, well, yeah. Okay, well, thank you.
Sounds good, thank you. Do you guys want to come up and say what you had to say anyways? I appreciate it. Sure. Just state your name and address for the record, please. Thank you for coming in.
I'm Dana Fairbanks. I'm at 10006 Wendover. Sorry, this is weird.
You're good.
A lot of people couldn't come because of like work and all that. I know like the intersection there is tough for you guys. Like I've been in the neighborhood since like 2018. Even if you guys could do like, you can call the counters on, do like a 50-foot, like from A Street, 50 feet, and then you have the rest of the park. Like, even if there's like a compromise, I mean, I think the biggest is just, we already have issues, and we got 2 kids hit on there. I mean, 5 is crazy. We've been trying to do street lights, street signs, something, flashing, anything to, you know, our kids are lucky because we get the bus because of the safety issues, but the apartment complex is just, you guys are expanding, and it's getting, and there's so much more traffic, and ours is just like, and our street just can't handle it either. It's like 50 for the first half of that street is about 60% like driveways versus the, I mean, there's just not enough room. And we already have safety issues. I mean, like, and they potentially want to expand our street to add on additional housing. And we already had to fight last year with that.
Mhm.
We want a second outlet. You guys probably know all about that.
No, yeah.
Yeah, a few years ago, that was a mess.
It was a mess on
Yep.
our street, and we pulled together as a community. It's just right now, everyone's so busy on our street. And I think the 50 feet, or even something to say no parking, but the whole blocking off, I don't think is a solution either. And I know there's, you know, rumors that there's a lot of you guys, like west of there, that you could do a parking lot. And I get the expense, but I don't know. It's just we're growing over there, and yeah, it's just we spend a lot on taxes, money. I mean, a lot of us pride in our lawns, and a lot of people don't respect, you know, park on our grass and our wear and tear of our driveways. And yeah, it's hard, you know, we're all, but I get the solution. And I think that would be the best solution for you to go to them and be like, hey, you know, you guys do need it. And I get family families can't always move their cars, and, I mean, I live in an apartment, so I get it.
Sure.
I'm not here to bash, but I'm a problem solver, and I think start with the 50 feet, maybe we can change it, and then, but I don't think the whole 5 needs to be blocked off. I think it's just part of it, just to make sure the buses, the kids are safe. So I think that's just our whole issue. I mean, and eventually, I mean, it'd be nice to get something there.
Sure. Well, sounds good, thank you. And I will give you a little input. The county and the city did collaborate on a project, so we're putting in a center rescue island for pedestrians, specifically kids. We're also shortening the length of that crosswalk. I don't remember if it's like 40 feet, but there's some geometric changes to make it safer for kids, as well as drivers there. So that should be coming this summer when they repave that whole section. So I'm not sure if you guys are aware, but they're repaving that whole section from the Highway 65 out eastbound. So that'll be this summer, and that's a county project. But the city cost shared on the improvements for safety for kids there. So, yep. Yep. Did you want to come up for public comment, or are you good?
If they're gonna go with, try to go the county route, I think, my question was, what was the timeline from, was it overnight, or was it gonna be in the morning, was it,
Okay.
that sort of thing?
Yeah.
Other than that,
Come on up and just state your name and address for the record. Just repeat that a little bit, I suppose.
my name is Dan, I live on 901 Wendover Street. We're right on the corner. Another issue I know we have is when the plow comes around the corner on our road, he leaves, there's a, 8-foot strip away from the curb that we lose in the winter because just the way he has to come around so wide, and he's pushing all that snow off of 8th. So the road's already narrow there, and to have people park there, on the corner and stuff, I mean, it would really narrow it down. I don't think you could get a car through if two were parked on each side. So,
Agreed.
I mean, if the solution is to park on 8, if we can get that temporary use permit or whatever it's called for that, I think that's the best solution. The other thing was people with kids, younger kids, bring their cars down to the end of the road in the winter and park there and wait for the bus in the warmth, so their kids aren't standing out in the cold. We're lucky we live right in the corner, so we just wait to, see the bus coming down the road, and then we send the kids out. So, but not everyone has that option, obviously, so.
Sure.
And then I think the only other thing was, I think that was it, actually. And then the timeline thing, was it gonna be morning or overnight? What was, the time gonna be, just so we could, I was thinking more during the day when people are at work, so there's less cars, if it did have to go to Wendover during the day when people are at work, there's less cars on the road, there's less people that would have to move their cars onto Wendover, that sort of thing, so.
Sure.
But other than that, I think if they're gonna go County 5, I think that's, like you guys said, that's the best option, in my opinion.
Agreed. All right, well, great. Thank you for coming in and providing your input, and hopefully the county can listen to this and maybe come up with a solution for you guys. If you have any questions when you go to do that process, yeah, come on up, sir. Just state your name and address for the record. Thank you for coming in.
Tim Fairbanks, 1006 Wendover Street. I'm just saying, as someone that turns on to 5 every day, I'm willing to advocate for the apartment complex with the county.
Okay.
With the county, like my wife said, maybe a 50-foot buffer from the stop sign to the turn, and then the rest for them. But as someone that literally turns that way every single day, I'm willing to, stand up for that. I'm okay with that, so. To help you guys out with your scenario, so if I need to be signing something or whatever, just let me know.
Sounds good. Yeah, if you guys would, I assume you'll want to get a hold of the county engineer, and then maybe you guys could follow up with the county engineer too and say, you live in that area and you think it's a fair compromise. That might be helpful. And then generally they present that to the county board, and then they'll make a decision. So I don't know how they generally do that process, but I would encourage you to reach out to the county engineer. All
Say,
right.
Stephanie, what's the ordinance on them using their additional lots that aren't being built on?
Right now, there's no parking allowed on grass, but the ordinance, that's an MS4,
That's my
requirement,
concern.
but
What is the MS4 gonna say if we did
But
allow this as
I
a,
think, mean, it's up, you guys are the ones who are in charge of our ordinance, and so, we could look at if there'd be any repercussions. I could look further into that and see.
I would like
what
us
the
to
state
do
would
that as another option for them. I mean, I don't wanna put on a due cost on them to have to build a parking lot for short-term, couple times a year. If we can work around that, that's another option for them to do if the county does turn them down.
I would just say it's opening the doors to
Right.
allow a lot of businesses and properties to start doing this, and so just letting you
I
know, that would be my
I
concern.
get that, but this is also, apartment complexes, when this one was built, was a little different than where our standards are now with them. So it's kind of a catch-22. And I mean, there again, we can go on to a special permit, special variance, they need to come in and at least see if they can or can't do it. I mean, I'm trying to ease that in there, and I know that at some point there was still talk, I don't know if there is, about adding another building in there, and then maybe at that time they could do some provisional exterior, blacktopping or, impervious surface to that area to help at that point. For them to just do it now would be extremely costly.
Yep. I will look into that and bring it to,
I say, let's look into it, see what we can and can't do. I'm not throwing up the red flag and telling MS4 to come here and let's talk about it. Let's see what we can do ahead of time.
I'll add it to the admin update. How
All
does
right.
that sound?
That helps you as well.
Hopefully,
If somebody can do it, Stephanie can.
well, I would hope that the county just says, yeah, you guys can use it, and then we don't have to spend city time looking into it more yet, so. All right, anything else from the board on that one? Sounds good. Well, hopefully the county allows something like that. I think it's a reasonable request. Next, we'll move on to the discussion of the fee schedule.
Mayor and council, if we could bring up the building permit fee schedule and skip the special events at this time?
Yep.
Oh, is that what you just said?
Guess I read your mind. I figured they were here. Is that why you said it?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm not able to stay for the whole meeting, that's why mine was ahead, but he
Okay.
wants to get going, so I understand.
Yep, sounds good. All right, do we have any preliminary discussion, or are we just gonna jump right into it? How do you guys wanna do it?
I was just gonna let them lead the charge, so.
All right, well, sounds good. Thank you guys for coming in. If you could just state your name and address for the record, please, and thanks again for being here.
Yes, Carrie Levitsky, Senior Advisor for Rum River Consultants, Government Relations.
And I'm Andy Schrader, the Chief Building Official.
Thank you very much for inviting us back. And again, thank you, staff, for working with us. In light and respect of time, I don't need to go through and read everything verbatim. Fourth time's the charm, as they say. I know this was first introduced to the committee in November by staff, and then Andy and I were here in December and January. The committee had some great questions, great feedback. We've taken each one of them and each time come back with more information. Again, just to reiterate, majority of the changes being proposed is formatting, organization, and language clarification. There are some fee changes being proposed.
Carrie, can you hold on just 1 second, please?
Yes.
Hey, can you guys go in the hallway, please? Yeah, thank you. All right, sorry, go ahead.
And the two new documents before you tonight, excuse me, getting over a little cold, are page 49. It starts on page 49, which is the summary that the committee asked for. And that is page 49 and 50. And it's color-coded. There was a legend at the top. I hope you were able to follow that document a lot easier than
Yes.
the actual ordinance change. And then also, the committee requested that we do a fee permit comparison on decks and accessory structures. We have done that as well, and that is
Page
on
43.
page 43 of your packet. And again, as you can see, there are some minor increases. There are some rather large decreases, and there are some that are flat or budget neutral. Again, reiterating the commercial plumbing, that is unknown, and there's no way to quantify that because of the way that the state significantly did that overhaul. Our understanding, though, again, just to inform the committee, if we didn't say it before, that there was a concerted effort by plumbers, Department of Labor and Industry, so the trades were involved in that process as well. So voices were heard at the legislative level.
Let me ask you something. Andy, do you do state plan review? Are you certified to do state plan review for the state?
Yes, sir.
So in your communities that you are inspecting, so let's say I'm doing a project and I have to do a plumbing plan review for one of your areas. Do I still need to submit that with the state, or do I submit it with you?
Thank you for the question. That comes directly to us. Our staff, we have a master plumber on staff that's delegated from the state in order to do that review. If by chance plumbers, contractors are not aware of that and they submit it to the state bounces it right back to us. They do have a sheet, a list on the state's website as far as cities that have that delegation agreement, and our cities are listed on that list.
All right, that's just, you know, because like I'm doing one in Cottage Grove. And for all you, that you'll, just so you all understand, the state plan review for 4 toilets and a bar is almost $2,000 out of my pocket to have the state plan review. So, like I said, like I said before when they were here, some of these things, it's understandable. I still do not like the language in here where it states valuation. Because I do not believe in valuation as a means of somebody finishing a basement. I don't like that word. Because, I'll be honest with you, it's the same inspection if it's valuated at $200 for plumbing fixtures, or if it's $20,000. It's the same inspection. There is no difference. That's why I do not like the word evaluation.
So if I might provide clarification for that, the valuation base that you're referring to is commercial based. When we're talking about residential basement finishes, those are the set fees.
Well, yeah, right here, it says residential plumbing, residential mechanical, depending on the valuation of the project. It's for your very first one of our summary, must be page 42 or whatever it is. I don't know what page number it
On
is.
the summary reference document?
Yes,
or on the-
yes,
So page 49?
40, whatever the first one comes up. Summary reference document.
So subdivision 2 is specific to non-residential and
Yep,
multifamily.
but subdivision 3, right in the green, depending on valuation of the project.
Good catch.
Yep, go ahead.
So, thank you for that, but that does,
Yeah.
let me read that again. Depending on the scope of the project is maybe a better word to use, because it is not dependent on the valuation. These are set fees for basements, and what this is alluding to is the fact that the fees are reduced by $125.
I get that, but I don't like the word valuation.
I understand that, and I appreciate that, and that, we should use a different word there. Depending on the scope of the project, not the valuation of the project. Thank you for pointing that out. That word is not meant to be there.
So scope would be like the number of fixtures, not the valuation of the
Well,
toilet.
not
or-
necessarily. What the scope means is what's all being done.
Right.
That's, it's not going by evaluation. My biggest thing, what brought this to my attention quite a few years ago, was a gentleman bought a house and he was flipping it. And his permit for finishing the basement, which was already finished, but it was damaged, dry rot, and putting on a deck was $1,500. I don't want to chain our people down to saying, hey, I'm not gonna get this permit if it's gonna cost me $1,500. That's ridiculous. There was nothing changed structurally in there. And again, Andy, I brought this up to you before. I don't care if it's green treated, cedar, composite, aluminum railings. It's the same inspection. It all has to meet, It all has to meet the same code, no matter what it is. So you're gonna penalize a person for using better products, which as soon as the county comes out and does my tax evaluation, my taxes are gonna go up because I used the better product. That's why I have been always dead set against this. If we want people to pull permits for doing these things, we have to make it reasonable enough for them to do it. Because I can guarantee you, you don't get 80% of furnaces and water heater changeouts in this city. Because they're done on a Saturday or a Sunday, and nobody knows about it. And if people are finishing their basement off, they get the materials, they bring it in their basement, they put it in their basement, nobody knows it, you don't know that they're doing it. Let's make it reasonable enough for them to want to get them.
Thank you for that, and I believe we have. And just as a point of clarification, where this conversation started was the residential mechanical. So now if you're doing your basement finish and that it does not include the mechanical, then that fee doesn't apply. If however you are doing your mechanical, that's where that's enveloped within that same project, within that same fee. So that's where Carrie and I worked really hard to make sure that if these projects are applied for by the homeowner and they're doing the plumbing and the mechanical, we're able to envelop that within the original fee.
And to that end, Councilmember Lundin, in the situation that you brought up about the $1,500 between those two permits, that's one of the reasons why we are recommending in the proposed fee schedule to have maximum fees, so that does not happen. Along with clarification again on scope, not value.
I did have a question on page 43, and this is regarding the decks. So if you look at the permit fee comparison, which, thank you guys for putting that together, I think that was really helpful to look at, and that was a great idea. I don't know if other cities have asked for that, but that might be very helpful for you guys with other cities to, yeah, that's awesome, because otherwise it's so hard to understand. But if you look at the current fees on those decks, is that current fee for composite, green treat, or cedar?
Regardless, at the very top, in each of the measurements, it states regardless of material.
Sure, but if you look at the current fee versus the proposed fee, is the current fee, is that, like the comparison, is that set for composite, green treat, or cedar, or is that average?
Material has never, ever, ever been a part of our valuation process.
Okay.
And it never will be, and that's one of the reasons in the new proposed, why we want to be more transparent on how that value is come up per square foot, which that would be then starting on page 37, which is the new proposed ordinance. Again, in an effort to be more transparent, we identify what, and this has not changed from what we've been doing since I joined Rum River in 2021, 22. So for the last 4 years, that amount has not changed. And so decks are valued at $45 a square foot, period, regardless of material.
Whether it be composite, green treat, or cedar, because to your
Or
point.
gold.
Because to your point, the amount of our involvement is the same.
But it used to be different.
It did,
Not
because
with
that's
our
what I
firm.
argued
It did used
about
to be.
my
Not with
dad.
our firm.
Not with your firm, that was a
Not with
city
Rum
code?
River.
I can't speak to that.
Because I remember the treated was $30 a square foot, and the
Yep.
PVC
Yep.
was 45, and we had lengthy discussions about
Yes, we
that.
did, and that, you were here, Andy, when because it was
He
my
went on a
dad.
rant.
I was
remember it.
very upset because my original permit, before it was all said and done, and I delayed this thing because of it, was my deck permit was almost $700 because I used composite and aluminum railings. But if I were to use green treated, it was like $200. Then we finally came down to this. By the time it was said and done, my permit was 300 and some bucks, which I was satisfied with. It was that because I was using composite and aluminum railings, that my permit was just ridiculous.
Understood.
I don't even pay that much for plumbing permits, for crying out loud. And I'm talking about 5, 6, 7 bathroom houses, even in Minneapolis. You base it on that, you base it per, what I was doing versus blah, blah, blah. They're not comparing to that, that's not even the same.
Understood.
So that was your time, because I was livid with that.
We had the discussion, but that was not part of our scenario.
Well, like I said, I don't like the words evaluation. I understand it when you're calculating per square foot, if you're gonna use the same dollar amount. You know, like a 30 by 32 deck, $467, that's a big deck. That's a huge deck. And I don't think that's out of line. You know, I really don't. I personally, like I said last time, get rid of that word evaluation. I understand, things do cost money, especially when gas prices are. It cost me double what it cost to fill my van, H tank now, than it did a month ago.
So what you're saying here is that no matter what it is, it's gonna be the $45 per square foot for the calculated valuation, correct? No matter what material, it's gonna be the same valuation basis?
That is correct.
Okay.
$45 per square foot.
Okay.
Yes,
And is that typical industry standard?
yes. We feel it is, and we network with other building officials, permit technicians. They meet on a regular basis, review this quite a bit together. In our data and research back in 2022, when we initiated this, we spoke with local contractors, again, other jurisdictions within our areas, and we're a little, I think we're a little bit lower than some, and possibly higher than others, but we're, yeah.
In short, yes. We do collaborate
Thank
with
you.
other building officials. We look back at past projects to look at what the fees were historically. So we do use the last couple of years' worth of data as reference to determine that price per square foot.
Okay, so if you're looking at the 30 by 32, how the heck how are we seeing such a huge decrease? What is the change there?
That's the implementation of a max fee. Currently, if that individual were to apply for a permit, the cost of that permit today in the city of Isani would be $1,142.05. With our new model, we are putting that maximum $675, which includes plan review. Because again, keeping in mind, we want to cover what that minimum cost of service to provide that is required by mandate by the state, by state law.
Sure.
And so, by implementing those maximum fees with decks, basement finishes, accessory structures, those ones where a lot of homeowners are pulling their own permits, doing their own work, it helps offset that total cost of the job for residents.
Okay, so in that example, you could have a 1,000-foot by 1,000-foot square foot deck, and the maximum fee would be $675. Okay, so maybe that's a little bit better clarification, and I think, laid out like this, I think it seems okay. I do have a little distrust in general for the process, but I think it's, I appreciate that you guys laid this out this way. Is there any way, I know these are two popular ones, if you guys are planning on implementing this in other cities, is there any way that we could get more items than just the deck and the detached garage for like a fee comparison, if that's something that you're gonna implement anyways in other cities? Because right now, the deck and the detached garage stuff, I think personally, it looks fine to me, but I worry about the other items, and I know you have it laid out also in your summary reference document, but is that something you guys are planning on doing, is maybe more in the future, or?
Currently in Isani, as far as additions, remodels, essentially you just replace the value dollar amount that's in the new proposed fee schedule, because it's now identified in that. And you're not gonna see, it's going to be very consistent. In each
Okay.
of those permits, the same pattern will apply, other than on those maximum fees. But we're not proposing, I want to reiterate, if you look at page 33 in your packet, which is subdivision 1, the reason why we discussed in our last couple of meetings and why we chose decks and accessory structures is typically those buildings are rarely over a valuation of $50,000. And the only change, even over 25,000, the only change that we are proposing is in the first two rows on subdivision 1, the fee multiplier table. No changes are being proposed in 25,001.
Okay.
All the way up to 1 million. So we could, but you're not gonna see a change.
Okay.
Like you
Yep.
would with the decks and accessory structures, because that's those first two, $1 to 25,000.
Okay, good explanation, thank you.
And I did kind of look at your permit for finishing a basement off. I don't think that's unrealistic, and then you're adding on the mechanicals. You know, electrical is out of yours and mine and everybody else's hands. So personally, I don't think this is bad. I think we can all, you know, we met in the middle, in my opinion. Permits are always something that irritate a lot of people.
So I had a question on page 50, subdivision 9, the first bullet point. It says maximum fees set for basement finishes 500, accessory structures 850, decks 675, decrease for high valuation projects. So is that just saying, like, higher valuation projects before, they were over that cap, so now they're just, but what is how is that change for low valuation projects? Is this a huge jump?
My understanding, if it, without looking and reviewing, it's going, as I was just stating, it's going to be very similar to those decks and
Okay.
accessory buildings. It's just gonna be based on a different valuation per square foot, which is also identified now in that new fee schedule.
Okay.
So it's only going to affect those projects between $1 and $25,000. So if you have a basement, and if you have a basement finish that is really, really large, it hits that max fee. So if you've got a large footprint, maybe a Rambler, those are, you know, usually larger footprints in the basement, it will save that, you'll see that decrease in cost on those larger projects.
Okay, and then, one other thing, it's about halfway down the page, reissuance and renewal of expired permits. I see that's a new fee. Why is there a fee for that, and how long is an expired, like, I guess, what's the point of that? Do you guys get it out of your system at some point, or?
Very good question. Thank you for asking that. It's actually part of the Minnesota State Building Code requirements, so it's part of the state law that permits expire after 180 days of no activity. And so this reissuance, renewal of expired permit, it is still part of the state law, and we were still, this is something that we were doing because we're able to do that. But we, again, in an effort to provide more transparency.
Yep, clarification.
One of the issues is in, under the state statute, it gives those base parameters, and so you can charge up to the same amount that the initial building permit was for. Well, we ran into a lot of situations where roofing, siding, they may have expired. We do send out reminders, especially now that we have the technology through Baseline, our proprietary software. So we try to stay on top of those. Reminders are sent to the applicant stating, hey, hello, it's expiring. But even if they neglect to react on that, by having that minimum amount of $50, if you have a $100 or $125 roofing permit, you're not paying that same amount again. We're able to work with those applicants to say, we just need to get out there, do a final inspection, let's close this out, it's $50.
If I can give an example of that.
Yeah.
Like you say, Carrie, thank you for that. Baseline does send out an automatic reminder. So as a resident, you get an email notification that your permit's about to expire. And if you don't respond, that permit expires. Then if you were to reapply for the permit under the current system, it would be a full-priced fee. If, however, you missed the email, you forgot to reply, you get a hold of us a week later, we can apply this $50 fee instead of the full $125.
Okay.
That's where that savings comes in. So it's not a new fee, it's basically like a new process that results in a lower fee.
Okay.
Does that help?
Yeah, sounds good. Great explanation on that.
Is it limited to 1 week, or is 1 week just example?
No, but that's our experience, is generally if somebody misses that email, they come back to us within a week or so. If they don't, they don't. And then therefore, that permit does expire. And if a new contractor comes to apply for new work or something, that's different. But it's not limited to a week. We need to have some discretion if it's a week or 2 weeks or something. That's generally where we would apply that.
Well, like 6 months or something like that would be a new
That's
permit?
low. So, thank you for that. So if somebody comes back and they say, well, I want to apply for a permit for work that was done 6 months ago, that work is old work. We would rather not issue a permit at all, because that work has already been done.
And I'll just, to dovetail off that quickly, is our favorite saying is, it depends. We need to look and evaluate it every single case. I wouldn't want to put just a blanket no or yes on a week or 6 months. It really needs to be, the entire situation needs to be considered, along with the type of project that it is.
Sure.
Technically, you could take and call them up and say, hey, I need you to come out and inspect this. So, like you said, it expires at 180 days, unless it's ongoing, still going in inspection terms.
That's correct.
So you could say, hey, I got this done, can you come out and look at it? It puts a burden on them, but that's kind of another loophole you can get around.
If I can dovetail on that, that's a great point, is we do have notifications in our software that remind people that this permit is going to expire after a period of 6 months of inactivity. However, an extension request automatically resets that clock. So it's basically for whatever reason. I got behind the 8 ball, material was backward, whatever it is, that resets the clock as well. And not too often do permits extend beyond that time.
And
Okay.
also, you gotta realize, a permit that is no longer active, that it's expired, doesn't mean it's passed.
Thank you for that, correct.
It does not mean it's passed.
It's not successfully closed.
It's
Sounds
not
good.
successfully, until that permit is closed, it's not closed out.
Right, and thank you for that, Carrie. There's no cost for those extensions either. Those are just granted.
Okay,
Motion
and
to
then,
recess?
do we need to? Can we still go a few more minutes, or staff?
I do have another council meeting, if you don't mind it.
Yeah, I just had one other question.
I'll be able to stay.
Okay, well, the technology service do we want a motion to recess or not?
Let's,
I think
let's
just
get them
finish
done.
this piece, if
Yeah.
possible.
Okay, so the technology service charge, what is that? Can you give a brief explanation? Didn't we do some of that here previously, and what is this new structure?
Luke, where are you at?
From my
Page 50.
From my understanding, that's a charge that doesn't pertain to us because we pay for baseline outright.
Okay, so we don't,
It is something we can consider, and we were gonna talk about during our budget talks this year, actually.
okay. And then also one more quick question for me. The holding tank item towards the bottom of page 50, it says decrease for first year operating permit included. What does that mean for the years after the first year? Does the price go up, or I don't know, I don't understand that one exactly.
So on septic systems, there's two components. There's there's the septic tank and then the drain field.
Yep.
If there's only a septic tank, that's called a holding tank, and therefore an operating permit is required for that. What we're able to do is incorporate the fees for the operating permit with the initial permit itself. So then subsequent years would be the regular fee for the operating permit.
Okay,
In which we don't really need to worry
Right.
too much about, because,
We need to have that in there just in case.
sounds
because
good.
you do outside areas, counties, and blah, blah, blah.
Any other questions from the group? Otherwise, we can come back to it after as well.
Yeah, our request is that, please, again, hopefully fourth time's the charm. If you have any other questions after this evening, otherwise, we're hoping that this does get forwarded to the city council, again, posting for the 10 days statutory requirement, and have it go before the city council for their consideration. And Andy or I, or both of us, can come back if you have more questions at that time.
Sounds good. Do you guys have any more questions for them later if we come back to this, or do we just want to, so she knows if she has to stay or not? Or is it
I don't have any other further questions.
Nick, George?
No.
And one thing I would just like to say is I've received a lot of feedback of people now refusing to pull permits because they'd pulled a permit and Rum River has found something else that's out of compliance. So I continue to hear that from people. I don't know if there's anything we can do, because if someone pulls a permit and does the right thing, and you come into their house and there was previous work that maybe wasn't permitted or wasn't done properly, I've heard that a few times, and I don't know what we can do on that. Something I wanted to bring up. I hope that you guys can kind of keep,
I'm sorry, let me double click on that.
Yep.
I need to know more.
Sure.
Because that's a serious statement.
Yep.
And you're right in that is not, if we're out for a window inspection, it has nothing to do with a deck railing.
Correct.
Or anything like that. We do not operate that way.
Okay.
Here in council. So if any statement like that comes up, I take that very strongly.
Yep.
And I need to know more.
Sounds good. I'll reach out to you then.
Please do.
Sounds good. I appreciate it.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for coming in. All right.
Motion to recess?
Second.
Motion to recess by Peterson, second by Lundin. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. We are going into recess, and we'll pick up Planning Commission in 1 minute.
So we don't understand them 100%. So if they walk into a house and they walk by a water heater, but they're going to inspect the furnace, and they look over and go, whoa, that's not a code, and they go over and they inspect the furnace, and then they leave. You're saying they're saying,
They have to fix it. Did I miss flannel day? I've heard complaints.
well, we need to know.
Well, I'll tell you what, if they came into my house and tried calling something else out other than what they're there for, I'll tell them to get the hell out.
we could all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Doing a roll call, all voting members are present. Are there any agenda modifications this evening?
No, not at this time.
All right, I entertain a motion to adopt the agenda.
Motion.
Second.
Motion by Peterson, second by Lundin. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. The agenda is approved. Next, we'll move on to the meeting minutes, approving the minutes from April 21st, 2026, meeting of the Planning Commission.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Lundin, second by Simon. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. First, we'll move on to public hearing. G1, request for the City of Iceni for a zoning text amendment to include all fraxinus, how do you say it? Is that right? Fraxinus species, ash trees on the prohibited tree list. I don't think I've ever had to say that word before.
Probably won't ever have to say it again.
Hopefully not.
All right, Commissioners, so staff is requesting that we have an ash tree prohibition added to our zoning ordinance. The zoning ordinance currently does not prohibit the planting of ash trees. Due to emerald ash borer, ash trees are no longer sustainable in Isanti, and they present a liability to property owners as well as the city. Staff is recommending that all trees in the Fraxinus genus be added to the prohibited list in Article 15 of the zoning ordinance.
Well, I think personally that'll clear up a lot of issues with some of this. I don't see any reason why we shouldn't do it, so.
No, I had seen that they were already on, what was it, the do not recommend list, or there was
Yes,
something?
They're not on the allowed or permitted tree list. So they're not on that list, but we do want them to be on the prohibited list, which is a limited amount of trees similar to the ash tree with disease. And
Okay.
so-
So how does that impact the study that's going on right now to get rid of the emerald ash borer with that?
We already wouldn't be allowing them, but it's more clear, I think, for residents to see that it's prohibited and gives us a further leg to stand on if somebody tries to plant one in their yard. And so it doesn't do anything to our current, that is for existing trees within our community, so not any new trees.
Okay. So do people tend to plant a lot of ash trees?
No.
Do they like to plant them?
No tree service will sell you an ash tree.
Okay. So I guess.
It's kind of redundant.
Right, that's what I'm
But
trying to.
if you don't
I
put
was
it on
thinking-
there and somebody plants it, and then we just create a problem.
Yeah, we
Right.
don't
If we
know.
prohibit it, then we don't have to deal with it.
An ash tree in their parents' backyard that they think is beautiful, not know it's an ash tree and plant it in, a yard. And so there's a lot of different ways people get trees. And so just having it in our list really helps us just
So-
to make sure we're not getting them.
So I guess my question is then, we already have them here, right? Like, are we going to
Existing
make
ash
people
trees.
remove all of their ash trees then, if they have any? Is that what?
Eventually, they'll all come down. The ones in the right-of-way we're requiring removal for. I don't believe we have anything requiring removal on private property, but eventually they'll become a hazard and homeowners are gonna wanna take them down, yeah.
Right, and that makes sense to me, but, so what if a tree just pops up all of a sudden because of a seed that was transferred into somebody's yard? So what are we looking at with that then? Is that something where we're keeping an eye out for them just sprouting up? I guess,
If
I'm
it's
trying to
in a
look
wooded
wide.
area where that stuff kind of thing is gonna happen, then no, we're not gonna do any enforcement on that. This is be if it's in a mowed, maintained area where the only way for a new tree to grow would be for somebody to plant it.
Okay, and then what is the punishment then? Like, if all of a sudden one does sprout up in someone's yard?
You have to take it out,
Just take it out, that's it?
pretty much.
Okay, all right. I'm just trying to make sense of, like, if it's already something that we don't recommend to plant, people don't usually plant it.
It's just to make it more
just-
transparent.
It just seems like more regulations that we're adding, but.
It's making things more transparent.
My question would be, if it's on a prohibited list, does the city in the future have more authority over those trees that are still in existence in people's property?
No, not because of the grandfather clause, that doesn't automatically allow us just to do it. We'd have to come up with a new ordinance or a new
Okay.
law that would allow the removal of that to happen, and that doesn't just give us the right to go and do that at this moment in time.
So what if someone doesn't comply with the removal? They refuse.
They
Be
would-
treated the same as any other zoning violation, right, Stephanie?
Yes, as administrative permit, they'd have to go through the administrative process of code enforcement, and so we would apply the same rules and steps that are required through state statute. So starting with a letter, giving an amount of time for them to remove the tree, and then so forth, ending with a fine generally.
Is there a fine schedule associated with that already, or would it be some general fine?
Yep, there's a general fine for administrative permit violations.
Good questions. Anything else on this
Make a
one?
motion to approve.
I guess
There's a motion on the floor to approve.
my last follow-up question would just be, there's a grandfather clause, but knowing which trees are pre and post, how is that clearly defined?
Could you repeat the question?
Without like an effective date in the future, knowing which trees are pre and post X date, how would that be
Oh, like
mediated?
how would we determine if a tree was planted before or after the date? Generally, if it's a tree that's reported to us, it's gonna be right after it's planted. It's gonna be somebody planting it in the right of way or next to a neighboring property that's gonna report it. And that's where we're gonna find it. We're gonna be able to see evidence that this was a freshly planted tree.
There's a
You look at a
motion.
tree
I'll second.
that's an inch in diameter
You can
versus
tell.
one that's 12 inches in diameter, I'd say that wasn't just planted today.
It was a dry year.
It's a
Yeah.
dry year. Motion from Lundin, second by Heeman. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Great questions,
Sorry,
guys.
did you formally open the public hearing?
Oh, yeah, that's right. So we'll open the public hearing if there's anybody here that'd like to speak on this. All right, we'll close the public hearing.
Hopefully they already planted it then.
So there was a motion by Lundin and a second by Heeman. Again, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. That passes. Next, we'll move on to the request by the City of Isani for a zoning text and map amendment to repeal and remove the Tier 1 zoning districts in accordance with Minnesota Statute 462.357 Subdivision 1.
All right, Commissioners, so the Tier 1 zoning districts are the areas on this map with the aqua-colored boundary. I tried to call them out with some yellow arrows too. There's a lot of colors there. I'm gonna let you look at it for a minute.
So it's just 4?
Yeah, basically 4. I guess there's another one way up to the east that I didn't catch too. Yep. Small one.
Yeah, it goes on both sides of Highway 65.
So Minnesota state law allows municipalities to extend zoning authority up to 2 miles beyond city limits, and that's what Tier 1 zoning is. However, that authority is prohibited where county or townships have their own zoning regulations, so we can't have Tier 1 over county zoning or over township zoning. All applicable areas surrounding the city of Isanti have zoning regulations from the county or townships, so basically it serves no purpose. We have no legal ability to use it as a tool in Isanti, so we're proposing removing it from the ordinance and the map.
So I have a couple questions on this, and I guess I don't understand why this is suddenly changing. And also, if you look at the actual layout, 68 of the counties in the state do their own zoning, and all the rest of the townships that aren't included in that I could find all do their own zoning. So why is this even a state law in the first place if it's just superseded by county and township ordinance?
I'm not sure why it's a state law, but we did have someone question our authority in a Tier 1 zoning district. And so when we brought this forward to our attorney, they recommended a removal. Otherwise, we could face other legal issues. And so it's under statutory changes, this is what was amended. Potentially, a lot of the counties, especially in greater Minnesota, likely didn't have zoning in all of the areas, like especially in the ag areas. But I think as time has gone on and there's been more planning happening in these counties and growth, like we've seen here, more zoning has popped up in greater areas in the county. And so, that being said, we don't have jurisdiction, and so it's in our best interest as a city to just remove it from our zoning ordinance, to save us from a legal issue in the future.
Did we,
I will tell you something, 3 mayors ago, he used this as a weapon.
I remember.
He used this as a weapon, and at that time, I thought that was stupid.
It was.
So I'm 100%, let's remove Tier 1. If they want to get annexed into the city, as long as they understand what they're getting annexed in for, that's their choice. I wouldn't force these properties to get annexed. I don't believe in that word forced, never have, never will. But at this point, if they're Tier 1, the sooner we get rid of it, the better off it's gonna be for everybody.
I agree 100%, because right now, if anybody who has property on that Tier 1, they would have to go through the city of Isani for a permit if they want to do something, and it really made it hard, especially for my property. I mean, I had to go through the city, and I didn't belong to the city. And it really, I thought it was the city overstepping its boundaries a lot.
But it does bring in a lot of value because that property there on the southeast that was proposed for a solar farm, we wouldn't have known about that otherwise. And that's relevant to the city, that's right on the bordering.
That, we still would have known about that because it was part of it was in the city limits, actually.
Okay.
And they have to notify us as a neighboring jurisdiction within so many feet, and so we would have found out about that regardless.
Okay.
But in my experience, actually, for some instances, like some of the properties to the southeast of 65, it actually we were likely allowing them to do more with their property. And so it was advantageous for them to have more density in those areas for their commercial businesses. But it is confusing for people to have to go to both jurisdictions.
Sure.
I think,
One person, for example, he is not in the city of Isani. His business, I'll say his shop is out of the city limits. His house is out of the city limits, but he was in Tier 1, and he plowed a road through his field to get to his house, so he didn't have to drive out on the road. And I thought that was totally wrong. And this was 2 or 3 people before Stephanie came involved, and she flexed her muscles, and it ticked him off immensely. I don't see why we should tell them that he can't put a road through his flippin' field when it's not in the city of Isani.
I agree.
That's why I'm a total advocate for removing Tier 1.
How sure are we that this is the right legal move? I know we've gotten advice from our attorney before we've asked a few more questions and found a few more answers. How sure of this are you, Stephanie?
I've read state statute myself as well.
Okay.
So I am very certain that we need to remove this. That is how we were brought up the issue by someone else, and once reading it, I was like, oh no, I didn't know this statute existed, and then we brought it up to the attorney, and I think that is, yes.
What legal-
This
Do
is
you
the
know-
right thing
do you know
for
what
us to do.
year? Do you know what year that statute was passed?
I have no idea.
It's been part of this as long as I've been on part of the
Okay.
city, so
I
I
think
make a
it's-
motion to approve.
And the city of Cambridge removed theirs, if that helps at all, 2 years
did.
ago.
Yep.
So.
So does the county get notified when it's removed from ours? So the county is well aware so that it's not going like a free man's zone where nobody thinks anybody's,
I will personally be notifying them. They
Okay.
just asked, I did speak to Holly and Trina at the county about this before we moved anything forward, just to see what they were aware of also. And did let them know once we move forward, I will let them know as soon as possible.
okay, sounds good.
I think this is a huge win for individual property rights, and I'll definitely second your motion.
We have to
Well,
have
we
a public
can't.
hearing.
Public hearing.
Is there any other discussion amongst the board? Otherwise, I can open the public hearing. We'll open the public hearing if anybody wants to speak on this. Nobody here to speak. We will close the public hearing.
Motion still stands.
I'll second.
Motion by Lundin, second by Heeman to approve of this change. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Good discussion. Next, we'll move on to item G3, consider approval of a conditional use permit for 687 East Dual Boulevard Northeast.
All right, Commissioners, this is a conditional use permit for Pump Republic Gym to expand into Suite B at 687 East Dual Boulevard. They're already located in that building and have been operating there for a while. They'd just be expanding into an additional suite. The property is zoned I-1 industrial, which requires a CUP for commercial recreation. This is an existing business, as I said, currently occupying, I believe it's 2 units in the same building. They'd be expanding into Suite B. The proposed use is consistent with comprehensive plan and zoning ordinance, and it's not expected to have an impact on neighboring properties. Requirements for CUP, it's consistent with the comprehensive plan and zoning ordinance. It'll promote and enhance the general welfare, will not prevent the use or enjoyment of neighboring properties. It'll not impede nearby development, and there's adequate public service to exist the conditional use.
Just open the public hearing.
I will open the public hearing on this, if there's anybody that would like to come speak on this. Hearing none, I will close the public hearing. I would just like to say a big thank you to Pump Republic. I know they've been growing and expanding, and I was really excited when they moved from the smaller strip mall into this bigger location. I'm all in favor of this expansion. I know it's very popular with our community. Following their stuff on social media, there's a lot of positivity and a lot of very happy people with that business. So I would like to see them expand.
I make a motion to allow it.
I'll second.
Motion by Lundin, second by, was that Knutson or Peterson? Second by Knutson. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. That passes. Thank you for coming in, and thank you for expanding your business. All right, any other business or discussion items amongst the board?
Motion to adjourn?
Second.
Motion from Peterson, second by Lundin to adjourn. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. We are adjourned.
Give me 5 minutes. I gotta use it.
Congratulations. Busy man. Yeah, right.
So what legal concerns did you have?
I just want to make sure that we can get some legal advice from these lawyers.
Oh, I don't even care. I mean, any chance I can give property back to its rightful destination, which is a township or a county, I'm on it.
Well, I've had people that are in that district that would rather work with the city than the county, though.
I'd rather work with a
Now
county.
you're gonna have one person that's mad and one person that's happy about this.
Well, okay, I wanted
You
to
gotta
add
ask
on
the
to my,
question at least.
I wanted to add on to my pole barn. City by Sandy wouldn't allow pole barn structure, but yet I got 6 acres. Why couldn't I add
No,
on
I
20
agree.
feet to my pole barn?
I agree.
But
I
what it
agree.
was all about is they wanted to control future growth
Yeah.
because they know the city's
It's
gonna
gonna
expand.
expand, right. No, I get it.
I get it.
I get it. But it's like you have some people that would rather be in that, some people that wouldn't. I'm gonna hear flack from this, but I have to ask the question, at least it looks like I
But
tried.
county ordinances are way less stringent than cities.
Yeah,
We're
let's
like
drink it,
crazy.
but some people want to develop and have the ability to have more parcels on a property. They can't do that with the county because the county has a maximum.
Motion to exit recess
But
and
when they
resume committee of
annex,
the whole?
They can ask for as many as they want, can't they?
Turn your mic on. Let it, I'm getting kicked off.
Motion to exit recess and resume committee of the whole?
Motion from Peterson, second by Lundin. All in favor of coming out of recess, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. We are out of recess, and we will continue discussion. We will move up to item E3, Special Events, Chapter 278, Ordinance Draft.
Mayor and council, we had the special events full chapter in the last committee of the whole meeting, and I had brought up some points of, it takes staff a lot of time, we don't charge a fee for this, it's a lot of additional hoops for things that maybe should be just planned events, given where their purpose is, and, you know, like BMX and things like that. And so we had a discussion, and before you, I have the draft of a revised repeal and replace full for Chapter 278. In your memo, I do have what the key changes would be to this ordinance, so I'd like to read those, so if you have any questions, please let me know. The city administrator would have the ability to approve special event permits that do not have alcohol, gambling, or significant road closures or traffic congestion. All family members and peaceful assembly and protests are permitted without a special event permit. Events taking place in a city park, rental, or park facility being used for its intended purpose are permitted without a special event. To follow up with that, this would be for when people reserved the amphitheater, they were also having to do a special event permit, so it just seemed like it was additional work. A security plan would be required when attendance is planned over 1,000 people and alcohol is being served. Special event permits will not be required to have a mobile food unit on private property. So this impacted, if we had graduation parties who wanted to have one, taco truck, they had to fill out a special event permit. Removal of the cleanup fee. What we're seeing is a lot of fees requesting to be waived, and council's been waiving them, so why have it? A removal of the sign permit fee. We've included this in, so they don't have to fill out an additional permit. If they wanted to have signs, they would be able to do so with this special event permit, all in one. Removal of notification within 350 feet of the event. Again, we're seeing requests to have that waived, and it is a lot of work to do for people planning an event that most of the time takes place at a place where you would expect events like Bluebird Park. Language and specifics when the city may participate in supporting certain events. And then revised language when a permit may be terminated if the city incurred costs if the applicant withdrew or canceled their event.
So I did have a few questions on that. I know we have waived the removal of the cleanup fee, and that's generally with like repeated use people, like the BMX, because we obviously have a relationship with them, and the rodeo because we have a relationship. But I do worry that if we totally remove that out of there, we might be setting ourselves up for issue. Could it be that we change that to something like removal of cleanup fee for, second time event or people that have had an
How about
event?
this instead? How about if cleanup isn't completed, you will be fined and charged
Sure.
with the city?
I think that would be better because
Sure,
I
okay.
cannot think of, in all the years, I cannot think of a $100 check that we cashed
Okay.
for that. So
I think that would should be a penalty and cost of what Public Works
we
would be
do
to
have
clean
that
up.
now in the new section that's drafted that says, like, for example, if there was a big event that they thought they were coming into town and Public Works was staging a bunch of work for them, maybe they requested to use a fence, but then they backed out after they were given approval by council to do this huge event, it is written in there that we can invoice for those costs that we expended because they canceled their event, so I can have it something like that.
Okay, and then Travis, as far as if we go for afterwards for a cleanup fee, would that be an administration type fee that you would have to enforce?
No.
So how would we collect?
We would invoice them. I probably would include language that they would not be, if they did not pay that invoice, that they would not be given approval for a follow-up special event permit or
For
something.
any other special event permits? Okay. What do you guys think about that?
Would
I think
this,
it's a lot easier people are a lot more concerned about money that's already out of their pocket.
Sure.
Being cash versus it is to go after it post.
And I've heard similar requests like this for the ICC, the community center, because some people don't feel they should have to put a deposit down first or whatever. Maybe that's a totally different situation than this.
I think that is very different, and we do cash those checks sometimes.
Yes,
We do use
okay.
those. I would say it's not infrequent either. I mean, not all, I wouldn't say regularly we have to use that, but there are times that we do have to go in and
Okay.
clean up after. So I would not recommend changing that policy.
Okay, that sounds fair. Nick, Or George, anybody?
Hey, would this be the section if, let's say, we were concerned about police overtime, that we could put a cap, like if we have more than $5,000 worth of police overtime, then we will charge the event?
So what I did, because I know that there might be further discussions, I left this ordinance the way it is written as you read it, but I included a sentence in the purpose and intent on section 1 that states, special events may further be defined and regulated in a special events policy approved by council. So if you want to do anything, which is why that language that says that we can participate in certain events, that'll be a separate policy that we'll do by resolution. So if we're making changes, we can do it by resolution, not by changing the ordinance.
Okay.
Okay.
So,
That makes,
yeah.
makes it clear, but one thing, Travis, let's say somebody held an event at Bluebird Park, and they had alcohol. How many officers would you have to have extra?
That's a good question. So I did reach out to several other jurisdictions on, my question was, do you have a matrix that you utilize? And there isn't one, because the answers I got is every event they have at every jurisdiction is different. If you had the crafters that are having wine tasting is different than the bikers that are having a rally, right? So that's why there is no matrix. And that's why that recommendation for the security plan is to kind of see what they have and evaluate it from there. And based on, so the other jurisdictions look at the type of event, the location of the event, past history of those events, and then leave it up to the police chief to decide what staffing is appropriate for those events based on all those factors.
So the question that I'm looking at, let's say you had to put 2 extra officers on overtime. The event lasts from 6 until midnight. So say 6 hours. How much is that in overtime for 2 officers?
Well, depending on the year, right, because we have to go off contract language per year, so
Yep.
we don't want to put that into any.
No, I
policy
know,
per
I'm
se,
just
but-
looking at baseline.
$860-$70 approximately.
So that, like you said,
Just in
5,000.
overtime?
Yeah.
So you know, like you
That'd be
brought up
for
the
12
question.
hours.
That's just like you brought up the question of 5,000, that's $800. So if you even say it doesn't exceed 1,000, so if it went, 7 hours, what dollar amount, we'd have to, language she's got, but I think it's something that we keep in our head to think about,
I would recommend having that in a policy and not a dollar amount, have a $0 amount, because every situation's different. I just don't want to be throwing staffing out at a X dollar amount.
Right.
The reason I came up with 5,000, it's just one reason is our average street dance is 5,000. So we're using taxpayer money mostly for these street dances. So I was thinking, okay, it's an event that draws people within the city and they go with their families and have a good time. Well, so is an event. No matter what the event within the city, it's the same thing. So I was using that number as a baseline, whether that's
No, I know,
right to
I know,
use
what
as a
I know what
baseline
you're
or
saying,
not.
but I was just referring to the fact is, I don't disagree with that. I mean, when there's endure costs, other than our rodeo jubilee days, the car shows, street dances, other than those events, somebody has another event and all of a sudden they're serving alcohol in there. It ain't nothing the city's collecting anything from at this point, or the residents, because it's somebody's special event that they're putting on themselves. I don't agree that we should, I don't disagree that we should be charging for our officers' time, because that is costing our taxpayers money.
Right.
We do have the street dances, that is something for our community. The rodeo is something for our community. Rodeo Jubilee Days is something for our community. Those are hard things that I have a hard time saying no to, saying that we should be charging for that. But on the other hand, somebody puts on a special event for their own benefit, where they're just paying the city, $200 or $250 or something to put on this event, we're not getting our money back for our extra officers at that point. That's the only reason I bring that up. Private individuals' events should not be on the taxpayer's dollar.
So Josie, can I ask, in one of those things, it says security plan required when attendance is over 1,000 and alcohol is being served. So there is no security plan if you have thousands of people, as long as alcohol is not served?
I think
Or
that
can
should
that
be
be an
or.
and/or?
No, that's just a, there is some emergency preparedness. If you look in the.
That should be an or.
I just, that's what I'm thinking, it should be an
And
or.
or-
If you have
and or,
1,000
or just
people,
or?
and it doesn't matter whether alcohol is served or not, I kind of think there should be a security plan.
Yes.
Yep, or instead of and.
Right, I don't know how we have it worded for cannabis parties, but they have such thing as cannabis parties, so I don't know if that should,
But
Or
anytime
and
1,000
or
people-
intoxicating substance.
If 1,000 people are there, I think there should be, I don't know what the
You know,
security plan,
That would, the or is appropriate.
And then would it be more appropriate to have intoxicating substance instead of just alcohol? Because now you can have
I
cannabis
guess
parties.
in the realm we're in now, that would be appropriate as well.
Okay.
Not seeing what the future.
Intoxicating substance instead of the word alcohol?
Not
Sure.
knowing what the future has in
like
store
Right.
for us, yeah.
Okay, good question. And I did have the removal of the notification within 350 feet of an event. Could we add if within a park? Because like you'd said, if it's within a park, you expect if you live by a park, there's gonna be events in that park. But if, say, my neighbor was gonna have this huge party and it's not in a park and you aren't notified of it, I think that's a little bit maybe not appropriate, if that makes
Or
sense.
when it's downtown for the street dances.
Well, I guess that's not within a park, is it? But that's a city event.
Don't matter, still,
we
it's
still
still
have to
fixed
for
up.
Have to do the SUP, okay.
I guess I'm fine with these changes, it's gonna make their
I mean,
lives
we are-
easier.
I'm sorry to interrupt. We are posting on our website special events that are being approved, so I don't.
But nobody's looking at that, let's be real. Like, people aren't going out to see, oh, is my neighbor gonna have a party this year? They're not, people aren't gonna look at the website for something like that.
but it was one of the points we had made, we were hoping to put those events on the website so people would have access to them. I think once word gets out, people will start looking at it more. I don't know.
I don't know, I guess if my,
Wife tells me more about what's going on in the city than I know, and I'm on the council. I mean, she's constantly looking at it, I don't go to the website. I mean, she's asked me, well, what's this? Huh? I have no idea,
but I could just see a situation where somebody's, like their neighbor's having a big party and they pull a permit and then the neighbors are upset because they weren't notified.
So the rodeo requests to waive theirs.
Yep.
They're not within a park, but like, so certain.
So maybe like commonly occurring events,
I guess I'm trying to remove language that is things that we're requiring them to maybe do but not do sometimes, because we're allowing some to
Sure.
waive it.
I understand. I just
So
see
what-
that as
so
being
like,
a,
let's think of events that have come through that we would want to have the notification. So, like the family event series that's in a park, okay, we got street dance, maybe someone's doing the biker rally through town, that one doesn't get notified of anyone because there's no specific place. Block parties aren't included because you don't have to have a special event permit for that. The farmer's market, but we just allowed them to move and we didn't notify those people within 350 feet. So is it really realistic that we want to have that done?
would you have any sort of, what's the word? Any sort of ability to decide on something like that? Like if there was some event
We do
that,
already have, yeah, we could, because it does say in here that the city administrator or designee is permitted to require additional information or additional, that's in here, yep.
okay, so if you had an event that you might have concerns about the neighbors being concerned, you could ask them to do this? Okay,
I trust staff on this one. I think anything we can do to make it easier for our residents to do business within the city and throw events, this is making it a lot easier. We'll have less stuff come in front of us. I think it puts less obstacles in front of people doing events, and staff's easy to work with on events, so I think this will be easier for everybody.
It's a lot of work to notify the people,
It is, and if you don't get the right address, it comes back to you, then they never got notified anyways,
Yeah.
because mail takes a while to come back to you, your event's already over. We see that too, even with city events that we've done.
Right?
do you think you're losing any potential value by getting advertising out of those mailers? Like, will people that live by the parks that maybe wouldn't go to the event, but then they get the mailer and then they decide to go to the event? Is there, you think there'd be any of that?
It's possible that if they have a 5K run that's open to the public, it's possible.
Okay. Any other questions or concerns?
The 1,000-person threshold for security seems pretty high to me.
That's just requiring a security plan, which we've never required in the past. It's something that I wanted to include going forward, which means that the applicant would then have to provide us with all the details on what are they providing for security, their staffing numbers, their site location, if they're doing any fencing and crowd control stuff.
Yeah, and they still do have to, even under 1,000, they still have to do a public health plan, a fire prevention and emergency medical plan, parking plan, safety plan if there's pedestrian crossings. So it's just a little in addition if there's over 1,000, but they still have to do a lot of others as listed there.
And that would kind of just probably preclude to some of the discussions councils had in the past, you know, as far as what staffing we would require. I wouldn't know what staffing that would require until I know what they're providing and what they're doing for their security plan, right? So it's to help that decision-making process as well.
Do you think we need to clean up the language in that and say 1,000 people at any given time, something like that? Because there's some events that.
Total?
You're right. There's some events that, even a car show, that might only have 300 people at any given
I think
time,
it's
but.
fine, because all they gotta do is write up what it is, and once we look
Okay.
at it, if they say they only have 300 people at a time, well, that's gonna decipher on what their security protocols would be as well.
Right.
And
How
then
often are people,
we can ask for that information too. If they're like, well, we only have 300 people, but Travis reviews it and he's like, yeah, I'm concerned, I still want to see that safety plan, we can still have that requested.
how good are these applicants actually forecasting the people expected versus actually showing up, though?
Well, that's part of them to event, for their planning event. It's no different than any event that happens in town, they're planning for a certain amount of people. And just like you could have 1,000 people show up at the park when there's no event planned. I mean, so that happens as well too.
Two other things I want to bring up as part of this. In doing my research, all cities charged a fee for this permit. There were some cities that waived for nonprofits. And I would say if I had to go on the average, it was the $50 fee just to cover for minimal amount of staff time and processing. Do we want to consider having a fee, or do we want to remain at zero?
That's tough, because if you remain at zero, at least we're notified, and there's no barrier for them to say, hey, we don't want to pay the fee, so we're not going to tell the city. But at the same point, you don't want to go in the hole for.
But if they don't get a permit and they're in violation of this ordinance, we can shut their event down.
Sure. It's
I
tough.
like the way it's wrote right now. Let's just leave it.
What's everybody else think? I mean, how much time are
I
we?
have to think about that for a minute, like, what are cities around us doing? Is it 25, 50? I mean, do we charge to rent our pavilions or our?
Yes.
At Bluebird Park?
Oh, no.
Not if they're a resident. The amphitheater is, but not like the pavilion, or just the
The
shelter.
shelter thing?
But like if someone's having a 5K run out there and they didn't rent the amphitheater, you know, they go through, there's a lot of back and forth for staff to get this information, and this is even in a way that we could do it without having to draft a memo and a resolution and get everything teed up for council, because we can review it just on the staff's end. But still, there is a lot of back and forth with events, and you have, you know, multiple staff people reviewing it. So I just want to make sure that we still are all on the same page, that we should not charge a fee.
I don't know about that. That's tough.
I'm open to that, only because then it pays back a little bit of the time that's taken for that. And I think I don't know, it's just, these are what we want to protect, right? Like our shelters, our parks, our streets.
Well, they need a permit to rent the shelter.
What's that?
They would need a permit for the shelters,
No, it's just a rental. There's no permit.
or, I'm sorry, a fee for the shelter.
If they're a resident, there's no fee. Or a nonprofit,
But
there's
if
no
they,
fee.
so you could do a shelter and event for no cost?
If they're a resident,
And if you're not a resident, it's $10. So there is some wear and tear on equipment.
I could see us increasing that. We should increase that number certainly, because they're not paying city taxes. So that, to me, we should increase that number to at least cover our cost minimum if we're gonna do anything on it, because if they're not residents, they're not paying taxes, so they shouldn't have access to that for that cheap like everybody else.
Is
in our
it
city.
possible to get an idea of what people around us are paying and our fees? I would love to look at that and then make a decision based on that.
Didn't you say $50?
I'd say that
Average.
probably the most common number was about $50. Yep, didn't see any over about 100. Some are 25, but yeah, I can put that comparison together and include that. That would need to be added to the fee schedule anyways. It wouldn't be part of this chapter, so I'll still bring this chapter forward at the next, or in the next couple council meetings. But then that would be a change to chapter 160 if we did.
So
So we
how,
have time.
if you have a recurring event, that's just one-time fee, correct? So if you're gonna put in a thing and you're gonna have a weekly market, just this
right,
example,
yes.
it would just be the one time, it's not a weekly,
Correct, it would be
a one-time review fee.
one time, yep. If
Listen.
your event had that I'm doing this car show on 7 days throughout the summer, it's a one-time, like $50 fee.
Okay.
Listen, we don't collect enough $50 fees to really make a difference on staff time, and let's just make it easier for the events and for the residents, because a lot of them are local doing it, and just keep it the way we have it right now. That's my opinion. I don't really care what other cities are doing around, what other cities are doing around us. I want to do what we think is best for our citizens or our residents. That's the way I look at it.
Are you okay with increasing the fee for non-residents?
That I am.
Okay.
I agree with that.
If you're talking about for shelters or, except for the, I don't know about the Bluebird, huh?
Nonprofits? Or-
Well, definitely not for nonprofits and not for Bluebird Park, because we need to rent that out as
You mean
much
the
as we can.
amphitheater?
Yeah, the amphitheater.
There's already a charge associated with that. It's like
For
100.
non-resident and resident?
For anybody.
So it's a flat rate no matter, either or?
I will look at that. I think it's done by the hour. I think it's half day, full day, like
Okay.
175 and more.
I would like to keep that the same, because we have a hard enough time renting it out anyway, so let's just keep, let's not charge non-residents more, because if we can find a non-resident who wants to rent it out once a month and can fill some dates, that'd be great.
Right, yeah, and I don't think we're talking about that specifically. We're just talking about a special event permit and the shelter use specifically.
So staff can make a note, and when we review, the next time we have other fees going in with the fee schedule change, because it wouldn't probably be cost-effective to make that small change to do a
Right.
whole ordinance amendment, but we'll make note of it, so when we have other changes coming forward, we can bring that forward.
Okay.
It sounds like maybe consensus is to not charge a special event permit fee.
Yes.
But I will say, I still would like, I'm guessing you guys haven't planned any big birthday parties or gatherings. It's expensive to rent to have a pavilion that you can get for free is like, that's insane. If I had to pay $25 or $50, I wouldn't blink an eye at it, because I
Sure.
know what it would cost to go to somewhere private where I can't bring my own food, where I can't bring my own drinks. That fee is almost nothing,
But we already do charge,
not for residents.
even without but they still have to notify you and let you,
Well, yes,
No.
they still do reserve it, yes.
So they reserve it, but there's no fee.
man, I thought I read somewhere there was a fee for those. Okay,
We can bring information at a future cow, just so everyone's knowledgeable in all of it. So we'll bring that forward.
And I will tell you that
Thanks.
the county parks, a while back, they didn't charge, and I'm pretty sure now they charge. I don't remember if it was $50 or $80, but we had that discussion, and the county parks do charge for pavilion usage for the same reason,
There
to
is wear and
offset,
tear by having more
Yeah.
events at a thing.
just mostly to offset the staff time.
Lake George was charging 25 years ago to use a pavilion.
Travis, can I ask you, when you drive around, do you ever, on weekends, when they're probably mostly used, do you see them being used much?
Rarely.
I know.
But people do appreciate using them. I know there's people that have like a little graduation party and they use the pavilion.
I see birthday parties
That's
all
what
the
it's,
time at
yeah, that's what
Bluebird.
it's there, Bluebird especially.
Yeah, there's balloons.
There's been conflicts with too many people on one day before. I've had to deal with that, so they're getting used.
So is there a
Is
reservation
that one in Bluebird
process?
Park?
Yeah.
Definitely.
That's a busy one.
Well, we're gonna look at it later.
And then there's one more thing that I would like to talk about during this section. So when I revised the special event permit chapter, it brought to light some items in the mobile food unit section of that chapter, 245. So in your packet on page 23, I included the red line changes. So we're looking to make the change that mobile food units may operate on private property, provided that the property owner requires all appropriate, state licenses per the Minnesota Department of Health as applicable, assumes responsibility and holds the insurance liability for their activities and conduct. So this is, again, getting back to if there is a graduation party in someone's backyard and they want to have a taco truck, they don't have to get a special event permit, and we're allowing them to do so. The other change is, we've gotten quite a few questions about novelty, what that means with the ice cream truck, so kind of the intent of council versus how the language came out. We thought it would be clarified to say, ice cream mobile food units or mobile food units of similar nature as approved by the city clerk are permitted to operate within the public right-of-way in residential districts. Okay? And then just cleaning up that language down below to be consistent with the new chapter of special events, so there's no conflicting information between chapters. So if you're okay with that, at the council meeting that we bring forward the new chapter of special events, we will also bring forward a revised chapter section for mobile food units.
I did have a question on the top of that page 23 there. Item A, where, like, the second sentence where it says mobile food units may be allowed in public rights-of-way, residential zoning districts, or park zoning districts in conjunction with an approved special event permit. Do we have to have that written anywhere? Does this new ordinance say that they cannot have the mobile food units in the right-of-way or residential zoning districts, or?
That language that is struck, that A at the
Yep.
top that is stricken out, that basically said you cannot have a taco truck for your grad party without a special event permit. So that's taking that language out.
Yeah, I see that for the first sentence, but the second sentence, I guess, doesn't.
It's all lined through.
Mobile food units may be allowed in public rights of ways.
So are we saying that if we strike this out, it's not allowed in a public right-of-way?
No, it is, well, it's a zoning thing for, like, a taco truck can't just drive through the residential district. Is that what you mean? You want them to be able to, or not?
No, I guess I'm just thinking public right-of-way, like,
This is just in the residential neighborhoods.
okay.
So they can't park on the street outside a house and just have the whole neighborhood come eat their tacos.
But they can in non-residential areas?
Yes.
Okay,
Yep.
all right, that makes
Yep.
sense then.
And I think that the intent of council when they kind of made those changes was to make sure that we didn't have kids going up to, mobile food trucks, driving around and kids
Sure.
playing outside and kind of more of a hazard thing,
Okay.
so.
The margarita truck.
What page,
Who owns that?
what page is the exact language on ice cream trucks?
23,
On page
23?
23,
E.
dash 27, letter E.
So are we still requiring a background check on mobile food trucks? So if there's a ice cream truck, but it's not mobile, let's just say it's parked at a vent, it would not be required to do a background check, but if it's gonna be mobile and start going down the streets with their bells, then it needs a background check. Is the language in there that actually says that, or should it be in there?
That was always intended.
Yes.
That was
that's
the
it.
intent.
That's the intent, that's not these sections, but yes, we didn't change that.
Okay.
Good question. Any other questions or concerns?
No, looks good.
All right, you guys have direction there?
Yes, thank you.
Yep, no problem. Next, we will move on to the park advertising and sponsorship policy. I'll have a little discussion on this. So I started a committee for fundraising for the Iceni City Parks. We've met a few times. We have some pretty solid groundwork laid out and continue to work on ideas and different rollout strategies. We've looked over the rough draft of the policy and have a few recommendations. I asked them to also look it over more in depth now that we have that draft. We didn't have it until yesterday. So we talked about a few different changes. To that policy, and I'll go through that. So if you look at page 54 of your packet, there is a subsection there that says geographic business. One thing that we have talked about is we've talked about actually reaching out to larger, more corporate-type sponsors for this type of thing, like, say, an example, I don't know, Fleet Farm, which is not based in Isani. This right here, it says City of Isani only, but I don't think we should limit ourselves on something like this. If say, Fleet Farm wants to buy a banner to put on the skate park bowl to advertise or sponsor the skate park bowl, I don't think that should just be Isani-based. So that was something that the committee seemed to think we should potentially change. I don't know how you guys feel about that.
And I will say that this came from our existing
Correct.
sponsorship policy, as well as Illuminate Isani displays and all of that. So that's where this came from.
Sure.
from existing.
And we don't necessarily follow that 100% to a T the way it is now.
Well, it does say that it would be permitted if it was a city-authorized event sponsorship. So I think then the city would have the discretion
Okay, so
to
this,
allow Fleet Farm or a business in Cambridge to promote on our, because I know that actually has come up,
Sure.
on our skate park. I believe that if the city authorized it, it would be permitted. That's how I read that.
okay. I guess I would rather not have that in there because I think it gives a false misrepresentation that only Isani City businesses can.
Can I just add, though,
Yeah.
that, and Stephanie, maybe, she wrote it, so I don't want to speak over her, but I think that maybe the intent of that in the original policy is so you don't have other entities not in Isani bumping them out. So it almost gives a preference to City of Isani businesses first,
So could we
and
just,
then you allowing others.
could we just put that first? Preference
Just
may
like
be
we
given
could-
to
you're
Isani?
Right, as a preference. I think we should have something in there.
Okay.
So then, you didn't have like, I don't know. I don't even know what it would be a great example, but businesses from all over the place were like, hey, I'm gonna buy every sponsorship sign, and then there's
Sure.
none available for city businesses.
So maybe just a preference too?
Yeah.
Okay, I think that would be a okay wording. And then you go on to the next page, page 55. It says message standards. Signs may identify the sponsor but shall not contain calls to action, price information, indications of savings, or qualitative descriptions. Now, there was a little bit of discussion on this. What is necessarily a call to action? Is a QR code considered a call to action? And as far as our discussion amongst our group was if a company wants to put their phone number on there, or if they want to, have some sort of something that they request, if they pay for the advertising or the sponsorship space, I don't know that we should be telling them what they can or can't put on as far as that goes. So that was an item of discussion. We recommended to strike that item. I don't know how you guys feel about that, or if you've
I
read.
think call to action is more of a intent to call, how would I say it, let's have a rally against this or that. I think, to me, that's the way I understand that. A QR code, no. Phone number, no. Pricing, you don't wanna they don't wanna put pricing on there because if
Then
they
they're stuck
can't-
with it.
You're stuck with it for that duration of that
Right.
sign. So I think that call to action is more intended to call for protesting things or political rhetoric.
Which is not covered, you can't do political, that's
Yeah, I
in this
know, but
policy,
I
yep.
mean, I think, to me, that's the way I understand that, call to order.
Okay. Stephanie, what's your interpretation of the calls to action in that section?
I would have said the same thing, and also just for political calls to action, or things of that nature, also it prevents from people doing, protesting things, et cetera.
Okay, that is already covered in the political section of this though, too.
It's a little more broader
Okay.
to me. I don't think that's telling them that they can't advertise their business. I think that, to me, call to action is requesting people to do certain things that you probably wouldn't do.
So a QR code would not count as a call to action?
I would say you could limit it specifically in here, like allowed for phone numbers or QR codes that lead you to a business website would be allowed. I think we would call it out.
Okay, that sounds
Motion to
fine then.
recess?
Sounds good. Entertain a motion to recess?
Already made one.
Second.
There, motion from Peterson, second from Zidane. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. We go into recess and we'll pick up council in 3 minutes. All right, it is 7 PM. We'll call this city council meeting to order. If we could all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Doing roll call, all voting members are present. We will open up the floor for public comment, and I'll just remind people a couple of the ground rules. We have a 3-minute limit on public comment, and please keep it to official city business and not personal or political attacks. Councilmember Heeman will be the timekeeper, and he will have a 1-minute sign when you have 1 minute remaining. If there's anybody for public comment this evening, you're welcome to come forward and just state your name and address for the record. I think they're both on.
This is taller. Okay. My name is Matthew O'Keefe. I live at 27231 Bayshore Drive Northwest, Isanti, Minnesota. I am coming here to ask some clarification from you, Mayor. Earlier, it was either today or yesterday, you commented replying to somebody else talking about something from your Luke Merrill for Isanti Mayor page, saying that the reason people cannot afford food is, quote, because the government steals half our income to give to Somalis, freeloaders, wasteful bullshit, and then said, imagine if we didn't pay 50% of our income to the taxes of one variety or another. We can't keep throwing away more taxpayer money at issues and expecting any different results. So my question for you is, one, is this your official position as the representative of Isanti?
I could have my opinion just like everybody else.
Yes, you can, but this is from your official mayor page. So is this your official position as the representative of Isanti?
I already answered that question. Move on to
No,
the
you
next
did
one.
not. Yes or no?
I think we don't answer. You
We
can,
don't
you can
have to
just
answer
say
you.
what you want to say.
Okay, well, then would you be willing to define wasteful bullshit?
It's pretty clear what I believe is
No,
wasteful.
it is not. It's
Yep.
rather vague. Please describe
Sure.
what you think is wasteful bullshit.
So this is a time for public comment, not for Q&A.
Okay, well then I will just continue talking. So additionally, the calls on the Somali community in particular, to me, appear to be incredibly racist and an attack at a very specific, marginalized community that is being attacked from all different angles of our government. This is an attack from a sitting city official at a marginalized community, and he may argue that they engage in fraud, but that is the actions of a very small group of people within this community. If we judged him based on the actions of small groups of individual people that his identity groups align with, we would be calling him and be way more afraid of him for so many more reasons. We would be calling him a terrorist or a shooter or a sexual harasser or any number of these things. But he is specifically calling out this community. This is a sitting representative using his platform to spread racism and hate towards a group of people who are incredibly marginalized in our communities. Thank you for your time.
Anybody else for public comment? Coming up, and just state your name and address for the record. Thank you for coming in, sir.
My name is Walter Hanson, and I live at 405 11th Avenue Northwest, Isanti. I want to know why I can't get any satisfaction of a neighbor with a loud pickup every morning. I've talked to you, Luke, and I've talked to Steve about it, and I can't get anybody to do anything. And in October, I had a heart attack. 3 weeks ago, I had had a defibrillator put in, and I'm just trying to get some rest. And this vehicle goes by at 6:30 in the morning. Then he comes back, then he goes again by 7, 3 times. And I don't understand why this is allowed. And then on top of it, around my neighborhood, we've got commercial vehicles, tractor trailers, tractors parked in people's yards. When did that be allowed? And I understand, because I talked to Jimmy Gordon, that yes, vans and things like that for utility was supposed to be what it was going to be. Now you got everything out of control. I mean, pretty soon we'll be parking on the street with the tractor trailers. That's coming, believe me. When I lived in California, I seen it. And they had to put kiboshes to it. So that's my 2 things I wanted to talk about.
Okay.
And I thank you for your time.
Yes, thank you for coming in, and thank you. We've had the conversation, and I did forward it to police, and I'm not sure if they're on the lookout or how that works. There is noise ordinance stuff. I don't know how all that works, though. Chief Myers knows more about that information, if you care to add anything to that or not.
No, there's violations of noise ordinance. I can't get into it, but we do have some ICRs pulled up as far as the days the officers have sat out there in the mornings, and at least the few times they have been there haven't had any. Doesn't mean it's not happening. It's just that the times they were there at that specific time, they haven't.
Okay.
We'll continue.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you, Travis. Is there anything from city staff that they'd like to add to that as far as the tractor trailer ordinance? I know we had talked about that with commercial trucks. I believe they're supposed to have you could have the commercial truck, but it have to be parked on your driveway, and it had to be a certain amount of feet off of the roadway, and all of that. Maybe we could just talk about that later.
Yeah, I'd have to pull up, Mayor and Council, I'd have to pull up the ordinance, but there were significant changes made to the ordinance that permitted for the parking of things that could have even been like a bus and a driveway now. The specifics of that, I don't have off the top of my head. However, it was considerably restrictions lessened when modifications were made to that chapter.
Yep, and that was at the request of people who drove those vehicles every day for work, and we're trying to be friendly, but we also, I remember we spent a significant amount of time trying to make sure there were checks in place so that it wasn't an obstruction. I think we even talked about you have to have a certain length driveway or a certain size property to allow for this, so maybe we can just revisit that, and if there's a specific address in mind, if you could send that to me or get a hold of me, and we can look into that specific property for you, if that sounds good. Okay. Okay. Okay, sounds good. Next, public comment. Is there anybody else for public comment? Hearing none, we will close the public comment and we will move on to adopting the agenda.
Motion to adopt.
Second.
Motion by Heeman, second by Lundin. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Next, we have proclamations. So we have one proclamation here recognizing the graduated class of 2026, and I will read that off. Recognizing Isani graduates, class of 2026, whereas this time of year is cause for celebration as Isani students are presented as graduating seniors and paving the way toward improving the quality of life for young people with the graduation diploma, and whereas the class of 2026 makes our citizens proud of their commitment to responsible citizenship and supports opportunities for graduating seniors in our community that include higher education, housing, employment, and recreational activities, and whereas the class of 2026 will be our future leaders, pioneers, creators, motivators, and role models. Now, therefore, I, Luke Merrill, Mayor of the City of Isani, do hereby congratulate all Isani graduates of the class of 2026 for their dedication, hard work, and commitment. So congratulations to everybody in the community, and I know we do have the class of 2026 banners that the graduation banners that we put up in the summer, so if anybody's interested in that program for next year, please reach out to us. And then we also have a MMBA Pet Supply Drive check presentation, so I'll read off some of the background on that. Rough Start Rescue is an animal rescue organization that is dedicated to saving at-risk animals through a network of volunteers, fosters, and adopters in East Central Minnesota, including Isani, since 2010. As part of the 13th annual MMBA Pet Supply Drive, donations were collected for Rough Start Rescue of Princeton. Donations came from customers rounding up at the registers or by dropping cash in a donation bucket. 100% of the donations received have been forwarded to Rough Start Rescue. We're grateful for all the folks that shop Isani Liquor and their willingness to support organizations that work to strengthen our local community. On behalf of the customers of Isani Liquor, we'd like to present the check for $3,999.19 to Rough Start Rescue. If you'd want to come forward and we can present the check and take a photo.
Very excited to be here. I'm glad we held off on the hollow that long. I knew it was coming.
This is Buddy's first city council meeting ever, so I think it's going well so far. I wanted to just say a few words on behalf of everybody at Rough Start. So I know that. So Isani Liquor has been a great partner of ours for the last few years, as well as Isani County for a very long time now. Azure, who is our founder, started the rescue in 2010, and since then we've rescued over 33,000 animals, and a lot of the support, we're very proud to be so rural and to stay rural in our roots, and so a lot of what we do goes to support just the local communities around the area of Princeton and Isani County as well. Last year we were able to donate about 40,000 pounds of food to the local communities, and that is food for dogs, cats, critters, all of that sort of thing. So very fortunate to be able to donate back into the communities that have given us so much. And every dollar raised really stays very local, and we're very good at stretching those dollars as far as possible, as many nonprofits know how to do. So once again, just so grateful for the support year after year, and so thankful to be a part of this community and, you know, just to have that support. So thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate your service. All right, we will move on to approval of the city council meeting minutes from May 5th, 2026. Are there any questions?
Motion to approve. Buddy just seconded them.
Second.
Motion by Lundin, second by Peterson. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Next, we have the announcements. The Park and Rec Board meeting will be Tuesday, May 26, 2026 at 6 p.m. The Economic Development Authority, Tuesday, June 2nd, 2026 at 6:30 p.m. City Council meeting, Tuesday, June 2nd, 2026 at 7 p.m. And next, we will open it up for county communications. I don't see anybody here from the county, but just a reminder to the county employees and elected officials, we have a time allotted for you during our announcements if you have any. Next, we'll move on to the council committee reports. Who wants to go first? Go ahead.
I'll go. I'm at BMX, and I think the most important thing that I learned was we had put a few extra officer time. We had some overtime into that event, and they said there was probably 24 people that were spoken to that crossed the barriers that were placed on the other side, and people continued to go around the barriers to cut through that. And they were very thankful for it, and I think it was a good decision on our part to allow that to happen. And it was a very successful event, and yeah, there's some few other things they'd like to talk about, but I'm gonna let them finish their discussion before bringing it here to update all of us.
I need someone to fill in for me on Park and Rec at the next meeting. I'm going to be out of town.
Pick me.
You're it? Thank you.
And I'm going to try and make some of that meeting. I have a county park board meeting the same day and a little bit before, but I'd like to come there, and I might speak about the sponsorship committee that I'm working on. So I hope to get there. Maybe we'll pencil that into the agenda if I can get there to have a little discussion so that the park board kind of has an idea, and maybe somebody there will want to get involved. Nick, did you have any?
Yeah, Community Education Advisory Council met. They haven't settled their budget for next year. It has to go before the school board, but their rough estimate, they were trying to save some money anyway, expecting that their cost of operating would go up in 2027 or 28. It was 2027. They're expecting their operating expenses to go up, and they're also expecting a decrease in adult education revenue. So they didn't want to give out numbers, but they're expecting it to go down, and they're planning accordingly.
Okay.
Well, I know part of that is because they have to put preschool teachers.
Yeah, there's a unfunded mandate that requires that the preschool teachers maintain a higher level of certification, so their operating expenses, they're expecting to go up like, I think, $250,000 per year for all the pre-K stuff.
I think 200,000. I can't remember, 100 to 200,000. As a preschool teacher,
Yeah.
like, this is pretty important to me, but yeah, I would love to be paid a living wage.
And there's also the summer unemployment increase to the operating budget as well.
That's an intense mandate. Or law. I think it's actually a law
It is.
now. Yeah.
But I know that's hitting all aspects of the school budget-wise. So that's been a heavy discussion item every year, the last few years since that was implemented, you know. Hopefully, maybe the state next year will consider funding part of that so the local doesn't have to suffer as much. The schools have some, millions of dollars of unfunded mandates with the free school meals and the summer unemployment that they do have an effect, so. Anything else from that one, or your other committees?
We meet tomorrow.
Okay. All right, so I did have the county committee, that's a newly started one. I went to the county committee of a whole meeting, and they had the county flock camera discussion. So that is available that if anybody wants to hear more about that. I believe it was May 12th, Isani County Committee of a Whole meeting. There's a lot of information in that. So you're welcome to go there and listen to that. The most pressing thing for us, or the most interesting thing for us is, last year we talked about how we had changed to Oracle for our records management software as a police department. They are actually looking at another vendor, and from the sounds of it, it sounds like it is approved now. Okay, so they switched to another vendor. It's under the same umbrella as the current company, but it's a different type of software. And correct me if I'm wrong here anywhere, Travis, but it's going to be better for the officers, and the initial, I believe, first 5 years of expenses is actually less than it was before countywide, so hopefully that trickles down to less for us. If
I think, like, we have an expenditure, will be a $6,000 expenditure, and then instead of a 4% annual increase over what we were paying, it goes to a 5%, so.
Okay.
Comparatively to any other system, that would be hundreds of thousands of our burden.
Sure.
The economics are a no-brainer on it, too.
Yep, and how that works is it's paid by officer. Correct me again if I'm wrong. So all the county, you have a total aggregate of all the officers, including, Bram PD, Police PD, everybody that uses it, and we pay per our percentage of officers. So if we have 10 officers and the county has 100 total, we pay 10% of that through our budget. And I believe they said, I don't remember if it was the first year. There's some years in there that were cheaper. Must have just
year one.
Was it just year one? Okay.
So like year one was a cost savings, and then it was gonna be the percentage that
Yeah,
Chip was
okay.
referencing.
It sounds about right. So that was something important for us. I know that was a little bit of a struggle last year for our police department, so I'm happy that hopefully this one is, problem-free transition, which I think should be, because it's the same company. And I have meetings every day this week for the rest of my committees, so I will come back in 2 weeks with more committee reports. Any other committee reports? All right, hearing none, we will move on to business item K1, resolution to consider approval of special event permit for Isani Firefighters Rodeo Association Annual Rodeo 2026. Mr. Becker.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The Isani Firefighters Rodeo Association has submitted a special event application for their 50th annual rodeo. The event will take place July 9th through the 12th of 2026 at the rodeo grounds. They're expecting 5,500 people per day to attend. They have included a parking impact plan, temporary signage, additional restrooms. Security will be provided by Best Security. EMS services will be provided by the Fire District and Alina Health. They are requesting that the following fees be waived: cleanup deposit fee of $100, temporary sign fee of $50, and proof of written notification to the property owners within 300 feet of the event. They're requesting Unity baseball field lights to stay on Friday, Saturday night for security reasons. The police has given approval for the following conditions. They must be an emergency vehicle within 100 feet of all buildings with a minimum width of 20 foot and a minimum height of 13'6". 2 parking spots will be available directly next to the west and east entrances for police and Alina EMS vehicles. Police department will respond to verify individual persons possessing firearms. All identification cards scanned and invalid IDs turned over to the PD. Staff is requesting action on this item.
So I did have one question. I see there's something in here about notification. I just want a little clarification. Does Public Works put out the notifications, or do they, or are we not doing that this year? It was a little confusing in this packet.
Well, we've never put it out.
Okay. So that would be a fire department thing. It's in here. Public notice within 350 feet.
They're asking, that's it is standard in our special event permit application ordinance right now, that all events must do that. They're asking to have that waived. So
Okay.
they've never sent those out for their events.
Okay. I still saw, it's still in the packet what they would put out, so that's why it was a little confusing. There's a flyer, like a notification in there,
We make them submit that with their application.
even if they don't have to put it out.
Well, yeah, they're
Okay.
requesting it to be waived.
Okay.
So
All right, no problem, sounds good.
As you can hear, the years that they've been putting on this rodeo, and I think we've always had a great working partnership with them. So I'm making a motion to approve with the removal of the waiving of the fees for cleanup and the special permit signs as requested.
There's a motion on the floor. Any other discussion, or is there a second?
I'll second.
Motion by Lundin, second by Heeman. All in favor of approving, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Aye. Motion carries 4-1. I'm just opposed because I would like to have a little more discussion at some point about the police overtime. I know we've talked about it before, but maybe next year we can talk about it a little bit and just see if there's a more efficient relationship, since the city of Isani covers our 40% with the fire district. But I know we talked about it last year.
Want to have the discussion now?
If you want, yeah.
I mean, we both were on the same page last year when we talked about it.
Right?
Has anyone else changed on that at all?
Well, I would have a question for Travis on this. So the $9,000 in overtime we had last year, is that for the whole event?
That's for the Jubilee
Jubilee
Days,
Days,
city events,
everything.
everything else.
Right.
Generically, there, it's about split. It's about $4,700 for the rodeo and
Okay.
training for the city events, for the Saturday event, Saturday day event, the Friday day event, and the Thursday evening event would be the other remainder of the 43 or 42 something.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's my only question. The rest of the event is great. I think, obviously, it's a great thing for our community, but it's just a question that we've talked about. George, do you have anything to add to that discussion, or should we talk about it more at a later date, or?
It was on the cow, and I think we should unfortunately talk about this at a later day. I appreciate all the district does, and I wish the district would look at all the things we do for them too. We do fundraising for the district. I would like them to look at a budget they liked and not, try to keep their budget in line. Because I feel that we have the townships, this is a great example, we're paying police, security for the rodeo, but yet we pay 40% of the budget, and then the townships pay the rest. So I feel like we're subsidizing the township when we use city money. I know it's a different thing. I know it's a nonprofit, and it's really hard to get information on that nonprofit, and I'd really like if somebody called me and we had a conversation about how the nonprofit works and how you distribute your money, because I know that the district is not the only place that the Rodeo Association gives donations to. Just to have a better conversation, so I think that I would feel comfortable in promoting 100% city donation on future rodeos as far as security goes and other things that we do for the district. Because we're only one vote on that budget, and there was no reason we couldn't hold that budget steady last year, and it then I'm looking at ways to try to pressure the board to try to keep the budget more in line and be more open with it. So I don't, as a city official, I don't have any more authority than I have here to pressure the district into being more transparent and conscious on their budget. That's all.
One thing I do want to add, and I brought this up more than once. The Rodeo Association donates a lot of money back to the district.
$64,000 last year.
You gotta remember, the fire department district and the Rodeo Association are two different entities. Second of all, the amount of money they put in back into the fire district, you take that $64,000 and take 40% of that. How much of that is $4,700? It's a lot more than $4,700. So it is offsetting our cost to our taxpayers 100% more. You gotta keep that in mind, what that Rodeo Association does. They do not have to give 10 cents to the fire district. They don't have to do anything of that. So bear in mind, the money they donate helps offset that security for that rodeo.
Absolutely, and there's no discrediting that whatsoever. It's
Well,
it's a
just
great
like I
thing.
said, you're always trying to drag that in when you're talking $4,700. They put a lot more back into that fire district. That saves us a lot more than $4,700.
Yes, and the township gets the same benefit, but they don't pay, they don't provide the 60%.
You
So it's just
can't,
a- it's-
we stop with townships. I don't disagree with that. We are benefiting way more than those townships are
That's fair too.
by doing this. We benefit way more from it than those townships do. I don't disagree. I don't think a lot of that fire district charging is fair. Because for every emergency run, medical run that they run in Isani as a fire district, costs a heck of a lot less than when they gotta run a fire call, way out in the boonies. So I've always disagreed with that fact that what we pay. I have never said once, was it fair? But it's the fairest way of doing it at this time. Unless they were charging for those fire runs. So you got it, right now, we're talking about rodeo association, not fire district. So do not keep those two in mind.
Fair enough. Nick, did you have any discussion, or Erica?
Nope.
Anything else to add? Nick?
Well, everything Steve said, for the most part, I agree with. Like, I appreciate what the firefighters do, the rodeo association and the fire district.
Yep.
But this is just about trying to, we are in this together, the city and the 6 townships, to keep the fire district operating. So whatever money is being contributed in or out, I'd like to see equity in that distribution of the cost of putting it on and then the proceeds going out. If that's more fair in how it's mathed out, I think that's appropriate. So it's not to say that we don't want the event to happen or don't want to support the firefighters, just trying to make sure that our costs, that we share that cost with the township and not just bear it. I understand that there's a perceived benefit of hosting it. There's also people who are upset when it's in the city that it clogs up the traffic or that people have messes to deal with. So there is a cost of having it here as well. It's not all benefit, but.
But there's a lot of benefits. There's gas, there's restaurants, there's,
Definitely, yep.
there's so many benefits. The hotel, I mean, we do reap all those benefits, because it's not like they're going to Bradford to fill their tank. There's nothing in Athens Township. I still feel like we benefit a lot.
We do.
40% more than, I don't know.
And we do a lot to benefit the district by having Jubilee Days and the parade, and, I mean, we have the lead up to the rodeo, and it's been that way forever, which is good. It's a win-win all the way around.
Yeah.
Just,
We're not trying to penalize
look
the
at
fire
it.
district or the firefighters or the road association, just cost sharing that cost of the law enforcement with the other townships.
Exactly.
I just think we profit 40%,
It's a fair argument too.
at least.
That's gonna happen either way.
Not necessarily. They don't have the rodeo, they don't have the rodeo association. They're not gonna be donating money back to the fire district.
Paying for overtime
Like I
will
said,
result in
you
the-
need to stop with combining the rodeo association and the fire district.
I did not.
They are two different entities. They cannot control the fire district. They can donate money to it, but they do not control the fire district. So do not
I
put
spoke of
those
them
two
as-
together.
I spoke of them as 2 different entities. I did not conflate them. I understand they are separate entities.
We could sit there and have this argument all day long. I am not changing
My schedule's
on my
open.
standpoint.
That's fine. So a motion carried 4-1. Is everybody content with the
Do we
discussion?
want to do a cow discussion, or, so that way, when this comes up in a year, it's not just gonna be motioned and seconded, and then it never is actually,
Sure.
do we want to work out the numbers, and, because I don't understand the lack of clarity in what we're
So
talking
when
about.
when you say you want to share the cost of this rodeo associate, what the police department's putting into it, I want you to go to the Chamber of Commerce and ask them for that same money back as well. Because you're doing the same thing. He is splitting that cost, what it costs for the Chamber of Commerce versus the rodeo association. That's about $4,500 apiece. So then you need to go to the Chamber of Commerce and ask them for that $4,500 as well.
The Jubilee Days, from my understanding, is exclusively within the city.
Jubilee
versus-
Days would not exist if it wasn't for the rodeo. Jubilee Days was built off of that rodeo. You have lived here long enough to know that. I remember day one when it all started. So then you need to go to rodeo, you need to go to Jubilee Days, which the city has nothing to do with. That is a Chamber of Commerce function.
Would you guys be okay with coming back someday and telling us what the rodeo association is all about and how it works? I do know that it has to be at least 80 or 90% all firefighters that are on that association. If I, well, it's 100%? Okay. Was the rodeo association formed years ago as a nonprofit or as an organization to be able to control the pension or to raise money for the firefighters for a pension? Was that the main intent of it?
Can we have this on a future date, or if you have a bunch of questions, should we have them come up, or what?
Nope, I just wanted to get them two things clarified. Would be okay to come talk to us sometime? Thanks.
So maybe in the next committee of the whole meeting, have a little bit more discussion on this item. For now, it passed, carried 4-1. I'm looking forward to the event, and like I said, it's a great event. I just wanted to have a little more discussion on that before we voted on it, because people are asking questions about it, and I think it's important to be transparent. All right, so that is approved, and we will move on to item K2, 407 Railroad Avenue Sanitary Sewer Service Repair. Mr. Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. So this item was a placeholder until about 12:30, when I finally got those final numbers from the contractor. So we do have their actual unit prices that they, needed for the different tasks that we had to do to add the intersection reconstruction of Palomino and Railroad, and then reconstructing that sewer service to that manhole and changing that drop. We were missing a few pay items, so we had to get those. They got them to me, and they came out almost exactly what I brought to you guys last time as estimates. Right now, the cost for that sewer service that would go to the resident is $8,388.72. We had told her it was gonna be about $8,500. And then the cost for the city to do the intersection in that valley gutter is at $27,154.75. So pretty much the numbers we had talked about, but I had to put that placeholder on here so we could at least know that we can keep that ball rolling and let that resident know if we are moving forward, what she would be committing to.
Thank you for the update. And I did briefly talk to her yesterday, and she was okay with Jason's original estimate, so the fact this came in underneath budget is a great thing. So how does that work? Does she need to sign a contract beforehand, or does she just bill afterwards, or how does that process work on something like that, Jason?
So my understanding was the discussion was she'd be billed, and then if, there was a problem with the payment, that it would turn into an assessed thing onto her taxes. But that piece, I guess, that's the only understanding I know, so I don't know if there's any actual agreement that was gonna have to get signed or not.
Yeah, just kind of piggybacking off of what Jason said there, be treated just like any other sort of city-related thing, like weed removal or similar to the tree removal that we just did, where it'll be invoiced to the resident, and then if it is not paid by October, we'll start the certification process for it to go to property taxes.
Okay. Well, that sounds great. I think it's a good solution to a long 10-year problem with this property, so I'm happy that we can come up with a solution that makes total sense with the rest of our pavement management project, and the fact that section needed repairs anyways it was a perfect way to kill two birds with one stone.
So just to wrap that up then, because I didn't have the numbers, I couldn't make like the change order resolution for you guys to approve because I didn't have anything to put in there. So I'll probably be making that change order to adopt these new pay items, to make part of our contract with our contractor for Railroad Avenue, and just put that on the next council meeting.
Okay. So you don't need a motion at this point, or do you want one still?
No, I mean, I think that's enough direction because it'll basically just be a change order consent thing next meeting.
Sounds good.
So
Is
she's
any-
aware of that cost that
Yes.
she's gonna occur.
Yes.
And she's gonna figure out how to finance it or whatever?
Yes.
Okay.
Is anybody opposed to that up here?
No, I'm not opposed to it whatsoever. if it proceeds to get this project going
Yep.
sooner, I wouldn't be opposed to voting on it and allowing it to proceed. I mean, Jason's always been pretty straightforward on that.
I agree. Would a vote help to move it forward with, based on the numbers that you just provided?
I mean, I don't know on the technicality side, but I'll need to have a signed change order from the contractor.
Okay.
So, I mean, whether.
I mean,
we vote
at
on
this
it or
point,
not,
it would just, if he gets a signed change order, all it's doing is, it's not putting this on another council meeting. It would just be a matter of him presenting that signed change order. We wouldn't have to vote on it a second time.
Well,
Or,
let's just take a motion on it and see, he can see what he can do.
I'm making a motion to approve and proceed.
Second.
Motion by Lundin, second by Peterson. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Jason. I think she's going to be very thrilled, and it's a great way to take care of that issue. All right, we'll move on to item K4, resolution to consider approving. Item K3, resolution to consider awarding the quote for the South Passage Railroad crossing improvements. Good catch, Steve.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. So, we went out for quotes to get that traffic control and street patching costs, completed to deal with the railroad planking replacement that the railroad's, going to be doing. Two updates. One, the railroad contacted us saying they want to do it the week of June 1st. And so our timing couldn't be better on, we just got our quotes in. We received 3 quotes. The low quote was from Aztec in the amount of $25,441.36, which the original estimate that I brought you guys before we chose to go out for quotes instead of going after using state aid funds was I'd estimated that it'd be $28,500 if we didn't use state aid funds, so it's $3,000 less than we were kind of hoping for. So at this point, I'm recommending awarding to Aztec, and they've already acknowledged that June 1, week, whatever from now, is gonna work for them to be able to get that traffic control going and work with the railroad, so it's, I guess, good timing to get this thing approved and moving forward.
I don't know if any of you guys drive over there, but I'm gonna tell you right now, that plank that they're referring to jumps 6 inches when a car goes over it. I mean, I literally stop, if I'm going westbound, I stop and basically drive off the road because that plank hops.
Yep.
It's bad.
It's due, so I'm happy we're hitting it and prepared.
I make a motion to approve Aztec's quote and move forward.
I'll second.
Motion by Lundin, second by Heeman. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Next, resolution to consider approving the addition of My Pay and My Time with Cassell. Mr. Solberg.
Good evening, Mayor and members of council. So bringing this back before you, we had discussions about this earlier in the year about adding these 2 different pieces to our current ERP software to better track our time and make some more efficiencies with our payroll process. So just bringing it back to you with those solidified numbers and then just letting you guys kind of have discussions on whether you would like to see us move forward with this and then the preceding budget amendment that would go with that. So if there's any questions, please let me know.
Last time you had said you were looking into if there was anything that was missed. Was there anything missed in that?
No, with our current software, they were purchased by a different parent company a couple of years ago. So depending which software you were coming from, there was another piece that was necessary. That's not the case with ours because ours is already integrated in a different way. So it was just a question with the webinar that came up that it was the first time I was hearing it, but talked with our account manager and he said, nope, we're already good to go and we would just need these 2 pieces to be able to do the full payroll
So
process.
our investment's $3,000, $2,800 or something.
Yep, that's the setup fee and then an annual fee of $4,200.
I think it's gonna be worth their time. I think it's gonna take care of a lot of, how do I say, it's gonna keep the employees more honest. If they don't clock in, they don't get paid. I mean, in the case of Public Works, he's gonna have to go in and adjust it for him, but if that's the case, that person keeps doing that, sooner or later, he's not gonna get paid. Payroll software, payroll companies aren't cheap no matter what you do. And I don't think this is that bad of investment.
I'm okay with it. We're freeing up staff time. We're not hiring new staff. I'm good with it.
Nick, Erica?
The cost to me seems high. I don't understand how that all jives, but I had done payroll, it wasn't that I don't know, I don't understand the cost of benefit.
Okay, Erica?
I think it takes a lot of time for you guys to get all of your stuff jiving every single week and every single pay period. I did think it was a lot, but I also think there's a lot of hours dedicated to it, and it has to come out. I feel like we come out ahead. I guess I don't know what you get paid. And I could probably find, I don't know if I could find it or not, but, I mean, if all of you guys are running around trying to get hours and papers and all that stuff, and if you could eliminate that, I would hope that you could get better at your jobs or have more time to do things that we're asking you to do.
Yep, and I do think it'll free up staff time for our department heads along with the accounting department, just to let us kind of get to more of those projects. It's also gonna let us kind of track things a little closer and maybe get better notes kind of on activities and stuff like that too, versus now you're kind of at the mercy of what your employer remembers to do and what notes they kind of give you, versus when it's in one timekeeping software, they can add that note every day when they're clocking in and out of, here's a task that we had to spend more time on, here's a specific thing that they may work on. I know Josh has his guys kind of report back to him on some of that stuff, but just can be another kind of way that electronically it's stored so that you can kind of go and look back in that history for things that may have caused overtime or may have taken more time than would have originally been anticipated too. So I think we'll see some other benefits too with just being able to more accurately know kind of where our time is being spent too.
Is that online training, is that open for all employees that are using it, or just a finance director? Is that a per individual cost, or is that total cost?
For the setup fee,
No, for the online training for MyPay online workflow.
yep, so that will be specifically the finance staff, and likely the department heads will be a part of that online training. With everything Casell does, they will also record that training, so it'll be available for each of the departments, and then I'll kind of leave it up to the department heads whether they want to just share that video or whether they think it'll be better to just work with their staff on getting them kind of up to date with the functionality and all that.
Okay, and then as far as the annual platform fee, is there anything in this contractually that locks in that price for a certain amount of time? I would hate to, pay $28.50 this year for implementation, and if it's $4,200 in the annual platform fee now, but what happens if they increase the price to $8,000 or $10,000? I would hope they wouldn't do that sort of thing, but is there any contractual language?
There's no contractual language there. Casell's been pretty steady in giving us pretty reasonable increases to that. So assuming it kind of follows the pattern that we see with our other modules, I don't expect any significant increases. At the end of the day, Casell knows that they have a lot of competitors out there, and so if they jack up prices, it's just something that potentially would make us look elsewhere. So they're very conscientious of that, and this $4,200 a year fee is actually down from what I presented, I believe, back in December too. So they see the value in kind of getting us onboarded and wanting to keep us happy and moving forward as a client of theirs.
Okay, you said you see small increases. Would you say that matches inflation, 3 to 5% per year type of thing? Is that pretty typical?
$200, it's kind of standard for that, so I'd imagine like $100 increase for each module in a year is probably likely what we would see. It's kind of what we've seen in the past for those.
Could we ask them to do like a 3-year price lock?
Yeah, I can definitely ask them to.
I would be on board with you with that. I kind of agree with that. I mean, if they're gonna lock it in, they'll make it up in 3 years. 'Cause
Maybe,
they'll jack it to make that difference, but at least for 3 years, we're not gonna get a price increase.
Right.
If I will motion to accept this as long as they sign a 3-year contract.
Okay, yeah, so I will reach out and make sure that that's something that they're able to do relating to those 2 modules, but.
And do you have enough things for this person to, you're talking 10 hours a week?
Every other week. With payroll processing every 2 weeks. But yeah, we definitely do. We have some things in the accounting and finance department that we would like to be able to get to either more timely or just other projects that have kind of sat for a while. So that'll free up some time either for Pam to be able to take on those projects or free up some time for me to be able to get to some more of that stuff.
With the timekeeping component, would that be mobile, or would that be at place of work, or how would that be done?
It'll be, they have a mobile app and they also have a web-based feature there, so can work either way. It can either be on employees' phones or it can just be on a computer or desktop, like at Public Works or at the liquor store. So we'll kind of work through how we would like that to see and kind of what people are looking forward to.
Does that mobile app have a location service?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Okay. There was a motion on the floor by Lundin. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Lundin, second by Peterson. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you for your work on that one, Nick. That passes. Contractual with a 3-year hopeful contract on that. Okay, sounds good. And if they don't agree to that, you would come back to us?
Yep, I'll come back to you
Okay.
guys and let you know if they have a planned increase or anything for that for what 27 and 28 would be.
Okay.
Or even if they were to say it's 4,200 this year and it's 4,250 the next year, even something that's holding them to a number.
Yeah, come back with that number. I would like to
Okay.
make sure we can negotiate.
Mhm.
Or information like that. Item K5, banking services, discussion and possible action.
All right, good evening, Mayor and members of council. So just kind of discussion point, our banking services are up June 30th of 2026. Last year, we went out
Thanks for coming in, guys.
Went out for RFPs and received a lot of proposals from different banks for kind of what they had to offer. With our regular practice, we've extended those banking services for 3 years, but just with the circumstances, we just did a 1-year approval to be able to let me kind of get a better understanding of what our banking services looked like and what our other options were that were out there. So Falcon already came back with a proposal to extend after June 30th of 2026. They increased their interest that they're going to pay across our accounts by 0.33%. And then kept everything else kind of the same as far as like fees that we currently pay for banking services and all that kind of stayed steady. So the kind of discussion to have there is my recommendation is to extend our banking services an additional 2 years with Falcon to kind of match up with that original RFP that we put out there, but also just bringing it up that we can go out there for additional proposals if you guys would like to see that. But I compared what we received currently from Falcon versus what we saw last year, and it's just, the market hasn't changed very much, and their current offer is just very competitive, and I think that we really appreciate the relationship that we have with Falcon, and that they provide very good service for us, so I just don't see a big benefit in switching or kind of going out there at this time.
Sure. Yeah, thank you for doing the work on that. I know last year we talked about trying to maximize, we have a substantial amount of money in the banks that we use and try to leverage that to get a better rate for the city so that we have more interest income coming in, which means less tax burden. We played a little hardball, and I think it works out to our advantage in this case. A 0.33% increase in 1 year, would you say that's roughly around $30,000 extra interest income for 1 year?
Yeah, it'll be right around $25,000, depending where we kind of keep that bank balance.
Sure, so that's a great thing that we were able to, like I said, play a little hardball and get competitive numbers. So I appreciate the work on that, and I haven't heard any complaints from you guys about Falcon, so I'm good with what we have.
I have a question.
Yep.
So it's raised on, the rates are based on prime plus a third we're getting?
No.
It's prime.
I mean, as far as the rates we're getting, does it adjust with the prime rate, whatever that rate may be right now?
Yes, so I believe they use the effective federal fund rate.
Correct.
For that, and so they're going from, they took off 0.63% prior to determine our interest rate. Going forward, they're only gonna take off 0.3% of that.
Okay.
Across all of our accounts that we hold with them, so that's where that increase in interest should come in each month too. And then they set a floor there of 0.25%. Obviously, with where interest rates are, we're not hitting that floor, but still just something nice to have if we do have a scenario where interest rates drop quickly, we're still going to have some sort of interest bearing on those accounts too.
What is the EFFR right now?
I believe it's like 3.66, I believe, when I was looking last week. So changes daily, but it generally fluctuates pretty smallly because it's going to kind of follow the federal fund rates for that, which don't necessarily have changes on a day-to-day.
And that money is pretty much all liquid in this account, correct? So
Yep.
we're getting a, 4% rate essentially, in a totally liquid state is pretty much unheard of.
Yeah, and just kind of with how our cash flows work as a city, we have our big distributions a couple times a year, and other than that, we're kind of working off of that money that we receive from our tax settlements, so we do have to keep a good amount of cash liquid when we do have these big road projects and everything kind of going on, so it is good that we're keeping that cash liquid, but we're also getting a pretty competitive rate on that money too.
George, sorry, go ahead.
Just to clarify, so what Luke said is if we would have had this rate last week, we would have been real close to 4% on our money.
We would have been at 3.3%, because we would have that 3.66% minus 0.3.
Okay.
Yep. Which are money markets that we hold with our investment accounts, which are also liquid funds. We have one that was at 3.25 last month, and then we had another one that was around 3.5. So kind of falling right in between our other money market options that are currently available to us too.
You get that it's liquid, but it doesn't seem that great compared to CPI or inflation. But
I wish we could find a better rate. I mean, we could go out for more bids if you'd like, to see if we do get a better rate anywhere.
But I don't
I'd
think
be-
that's gonna change anything.
I'd be okay with this, but I'd like to hold it to a year again, if that's possible.
Okay.
do you know of anything that is that much higher above those, or are they all in the, I would assume they're all in the same ballpark, then the business
Yeah,
of
they're all
money?
They're all pretty similar and probably roughly that 3.3 to that 3.6%, because that's just kind of where they fall. They're all kind of looking at the same metrics at the end of the day.
Right.
And last year we talked about this, and we wanted to stay where we were, but the Falcons rate was a little lower. So then we went out for bids and tried to make the process more competitive to hope that they would boost the rate for us. So we would be at least definitely not below anybody else. And we keep the convenience of having the same system that we have in place, and we know it works, and, you know, everything's kosher. But I don't mind a one-year deal again.
Yep, and
I personally would rather go for the 2 years, because we don't know what's gonna happen in another year. It could turn totally the opposite and we could lose. It could cost us.
It all goes on market rate. So if the market rate goes down, they're not locked in anyways.
I don't know. I think the longer we keep terms with people, longer terms, we actually have a better working relationship with those companies. If you keep trying to kick it down the street every year, sooner or later, they're gonna kick you down the street and say, I'm done playing this game. And then you're forced hands. And then it's gonna cost us more money, because we're gonna have to do other changes.
They're not gonna do that. They're not gonna turn away our investment in their bank, $10 million plus, like, they're,
You're already telling them that you're only gonna give them another year.
well, just to reexamine in a year, you see if the rates are still competitive.
And what happens if that rate changes and it
It
drops
isn't
and
that the
we lose?
banking industry changes so much lately, it's just, you know.
It
new
can go the
rules.
opposite way, that would hurt us more. And this could be a possible, I tell you, philosophy, if you know you're getting something at a good deal, you buy it now. If it drops more, but what happens if it doubles? I still come out ahead. I'm comfortable at this position. I'd rather see it at that point. For example, airline tickets, fly to Alaska, 800, you go online, you know it's gonna be about $800, roughly. All of a sudden, you see it online for tomorrow, it drops down to $540. That's a risk you're willing to take, but you're still saving your time between that 800 and that 640. That's just the way I look at it.
And just piggybacking off what Steve says, they do a very good job with not having much for fees really at all associated with our accounts. And with what we saw in our RFP, not all of the banks apply that rate to our savings, our checking, and our ICS account. So we do have that advantage there where they're going to pay that same rate no matter where in or around that we have to do to maximize that interest too.
Sounds good. Was there a
It's
motion?
budget friendly too, going 2 years, I guess.
I
mean,
think
you
it
know,
shows
you plan
like
ahead.
just a dedication, and it is a building, I mean, they are a local bank, and maybe you guys only went out to other local banks. I wasn't
No,
part of this.
The best ones were the local ones.
Yeah.
And we prefer local, so it's in your
Yeah,
community, so you
agreed.
can talk to them also.
I make a motion to sign the 2-year contract with Vulcan.
Motion on the floor, is there a second?
I can motion it. Yeah, I motion.
Okay, motion from
For the 2
Lundin,
years.
second from Zadan. All in favor of the 2-year contract, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-1. All right. Next, we have the consent agenda. Is there anything that anybody would like to talk about in there? I do have one item,
L2?
L2. Anybody else have anything else? All right. Nick, did you want to take L2, or do you want me to ask, or?
Well, if Mr. Cook could provide an update on it, it's just, I was asking about the road projects and more details is better.
Sure.
Sure. So this is actually kind of 2 separate items. The first one is the change order 3. We basically came across a few issues as we've kind of done construction this spring. There are loop detectors on the signal at 65 and Heritage that just weren't acknowledged by the county or the state or myself during that change order that we put together at that kind of last minute when we were awarding the additional work last year. But when we switched from doing a mill and overlay to fully ripping out the pavement, we took out the loop detectors with it. So we had to get those put back. Also, the Conexus Energy requires that the 3 kind of additional infill lights that we want to do that weren't part of the roundabout lighting had to be done by them and paid through us to them to have our contract with the city for servicing those and to pay for the electrical supply and whatnot. So those had to get removed from the contract. And so that first change order there is kind of just the summary of those changes that had to happen to the contract to just get everything square to date. I guess that's that summary. I guess any questions on that?
And those changes, those will be paid for through the LRIP or through the grant?
Yep, yeah, they're eligible items. Right now, we're looking like we're trending under the total budget that we had previously already approved. This is just making those pay items part of the contract, you know, that weren't existing pay items. And then I was just acknowledging the items that got removed from the contract. Right now, we're actually working on the west leg of the intersection. We're actually evaluating if the sand is gonna be an acceptable gradation underneath the current reclaimed pavement that we just ground up here today. And if that comes to be, we might be able to remove another good chunk of cost of having to remove it all and then put it back, which not only will save some money on the contract, but also save some time for how long this is gonna be closed. Right now, we're looking at, you know, a 3.5-week kind of closure, and if that happens, we can hopefully get that down to 3 only weeks, maybe even shyer of that. So tomorrow, we're gonna find out the exact limits of what we're gonna be able to avoid. But for impacts and kind of an update on the construction project, things are going right on track, and we're hoping to even shorten how long this closure is going for impacting residents and businesses.
Sure, and that change order number 3 does include additional pedestrian lighting on the south side of Heritage Boulevard between the stoplight and Credit Union Drive.
So the additional lighting, those 2 lights, is
Yep.
gonna just be through our lighting infill program.
Okay, so that's not covered in the,
No.
okay.
I guess for the council, so because that had to get pulled out, we reworked with Conexus, because we had to work with them, where the lights actually can go and what works with their lighting, power supply and layout.
And so it's been determined to go with 2 lights on the south side, so essentially the eastbound lane side, to go in, and that will just be managed actually through Josh and our lighting infill program, and that budget all covers it, and it was on our lighting infill schedule anyway. So it more or less just works out as originally planned, it's just can't be through our contract.
Okay, it can't be even though it's on that same stretch of road?
Right.
Okay. Is there some sort of statute that says that, or just the grant process, or what's the?
So because we have to pay Connexus to do Connexus work through our contract as the city, it's not something we can sublet through
Okay.
our general contractor, and that's why we have to basically pull it out, because to have it in the contract, we would have to pay our contractor to pay them, but we need to have the contract with Connexus, and they wouldn't be a sub to our general contractor.
Okay, thank you for the elaboration on that. And then also, I had a couple questions. Number one, change order number 1, engineering services for the Heritage Boulevard intersection improvement project. I cannot wrap my head around what's going on there. So it says that the city's paying for the 1/3, 2/3 split, but this doesn't have, is it just because it's connected to the roundabout project? Even though we don't have a 2/3, 1/3 split on this section of Heritage that's being replaced, because we don't have, it's not like the roundabout where you have other legs necessarily, so I guess I'm confused on the layout there. And if you can explain more of that and how that affects our budget, if that's covered by the state funding, or what the heck's going on, because it's really confusing.
Sure, sure. So, again, we ran that change order last year kind of as quickly as we could, so we could get as maximized LRIP funds as we could.
Correct.
In that change order is to replace all the curb and all the walk that we're doing right now from the roundabout west. Along with that, we fully redid the pavement to the east, but this section to the west was gonna be in the 2028 county project, but we're able to pull that in and get that piece done with this project to get LRIP funds to cover it. And our benefit as the city on this piece is the cost-sharing policy that the county has is that we would be paying for the sidewalk and half of the curb cost.
Okay.
And so the city managing to have all this curb and sidewalk replaced under this contract and not in the 2028 contract that isn't gonna be covered by LRIP funds and whatnot, we're basically avoiding having to pay approximately $70,000 to $100,000 in concrete work that would have been assigned to us in the 2028 project. But because we're getting it done, the 2028 project only has to go to the tracks instead of all the way to the roundabout. So the city's benefit is we didn't have to take on that cost share. And in this case, what the rest of all this language is basically saying is, I hope it's just understood, if there's $500,000 worth of work, there's engineering services, survey services, staking services, all the things that go with it. At the time, before we even started, and we were thinking, let's see how much we can get into the current agreed upon budget. And we managed to get all the surveying, topo, the design, the change order through state aid, through MnDOT, and got it all approved and got it all through everything. But now we basically ran out of budget, and we're only down to the last month and a half of this change order work. And so that added cost is, now that we kind of have a defined amount of time that they are gonna take to finish, and then we have our closeout, as-built we'll have to do and things, but the remaining cost that's estimated that is all that we would need is the $32,783, which turns into only a 6.5% cost of a $500,000 change order. So I guess I was pretty proud of my staff and everybody for managing to squeeze this as tight as we could. And then at that 2/3, 1/3, that'd be like, what, a $10,000 or $11,000 cost to the city that could have been $100,000 in 2028 plus the engineering services. So, came out really good in my opinion, but this is just to kind of square the cost up, to get through the rest of this project and get it done. The county has already seen both this change order 3 and this engineering services, approved that at their board meeting this morning. So they're taking that 2/3 cost of this services anyway, and they've already approved that. You know, I think we have a pretty low number to go with it, to be honest.
Okay, and is any of that 11,000, is that covered by the grant, or is that part of our local match that we expected to pay the 167,000 or whatever it was?
So the LRIP only covers construction. That's
Okay.
all it ever has been.
Okay,
So the engineering services would be local match. It is state aid eligible, and so we could go look and see if we're gonna be able to square up some of that.
Okay.
With our like final pay request, because right now we've kind of asked for as much state aid funds as we're allowed until the project's closed out. But, in general, I think our total expected budget is pretty much gonna be including that number. Certainly, we're so much less than our budgeted amount of $500,000 back before we got all this funding, but, I think we're still coming out pretty much on. I mean, maybe I can defer to Nick there, but.
okay, and you said you can ask for the state aid, to get the state aid front-loaded for that potentially, because it is a state aid route. So that could be something that I would like to see that happen.
Right, and that's where I was trying to reference that, you know, state aid can allow up to 25% in these engineering services.
Yep.
And we're only actually asking for 6.5%.
Yep,
And so it's gonna come down to how much has been requested and which route is which state aid funded thing, and we can see how much we can still manage to get covered. But so far, we've got almost everything covered, and, you know, it'll be in that last pay request. We'll have to see how much we can try and squeeze in there.
okay, sounds good. Any other questions or concerns on that item, or any of the other items in the consent agenda?
Make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Motion by Lundin, second by Peterson. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Any other communications or questions from staff or council?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion adjourned by Lundin, second by Peterson. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. And we will continue committee of a whole in, want to say 5 minutes? Thank you for coming in, Walter. I'll entertain a motion to come out of recess.
Motion to come out of recess and resume committee of the whole.
Second.
Motion by Peterson, second by Landine to come out of recess and continue committee of the whole. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. So we will continue with the E5 park advertising and sponsorship policy. So we left it at the message standards we were talking about. So I think we just agreed that a QR code and a phone number is not considered part of that message standard to be not allowed. Is that kind of how we left that?
I wouldn't take that
Yep,
to mean
I
that.
have that written down as to
Okay.
be allowed.
Okay, sounds good. And then I'll move on to the chart here. We're working still on the pricing and the sizing for that. So we're gonna,
I just literally threw some
yeah, right,
numbers out, so-
yep. So I'll come back with more information for that. We're still working on that, and we're actually reaching out to some other cities that have done banner advertising like this. So we're trying to get the best possible plan right off the front, so we don't have to change it a bunch of times, hopefully. So I'll come back with that information. And then I have a job for all of you. Number 7, we have a few examples here of things where we could put signage or advertising, like if a company wants to advertise in the softball fields, which, we have the one field by the elementary school, or the archery range, or the skate park, or anything like that. They can kind of come up where we can talk about, unique ideas. But I have a job for all of you, and that is to try and think of other unique ways that we could incorporate advertising that doesn't seem invasive. It's more of like a sponsorship thing, like say if a chiropractor wants to advertise on a slide, or like, anything like that where they could see a value. Or a chiropractor advertising at the skate park's an even better example, because, they might have some customers there type of thing, and it kind of fits the theme. So if you guys have any ideas, other ideas that I've come up with, like the basketball backboards, if DW Companies wants to sponsor a basketball court and they get their logo on the basketball hoops, or just stuff like that where it's not intrusive, but it's, it's a good way to sort of bring some funds in for maintenance of the parks, which is kind of the whole goal of this committee, is to bring in funds for maintenance and also to get people excited about new amenities coming to town. And I've worked with Aaron Zidane a lot on this, as well as the rest of our board. So if you guys think of any unique ideas, please get back to me on that, and then we can kind of go through that as a committee. And also I wanted to talk about, and I don't know how you guys feel about something like this, but some sort of flexible option. So say if there's a business that has a specific idea, like I already had a business reach out and say they want to advertise their business on like a skate park amenity that says like their name of their business, and that's like a rideable feature. That's something that like all businesses might have a different way. So I'd like to have in here something about flexibility and like the ability for businesses to come to us with ideas if they have a specific way to get involved. I don't know how you guys feel about something like that. Like
I think that's all great ideas.
Yep.
The only thing I disagree with, you get number 8, your memorial picnic table, memorial bench, and memorial tree. I don't think you need to put a time limit on those.
Sure, yeah, okay.
I would look at, what's the cost of a memorial picnic table?
It's not a time limit on them, it's just we're guaranteeing that we will maintain that bench for 10 years.
Well, like the tree though, I mean,
The reason why we do that is because sometimes we've had to replace trees multiple times, and maybe Mr. Becker, so glad you stayed, you could
well,
speak maybe on
that's
that.
fine, I understand that, but to me, if I wanted to get a memorial bench for somebody, whatever that cost of that bench is, purchasing that bench and having it, so you go up to Metal Coatings and they make a lot of these benches, they're making a lot of the bicycle racks, that kind of thing, garbage cans. For them to build that bench and put, say, my family name on it, I just don't, that's meant to be there forever. That's just the way I see it.
I know we've had park amenities donated in the past similarly, maybe a small gazebo thing that has been a lot of work to maintain over time. And so putting a cap on it like this is what it was already in our ordinance. So you guys can change it to whatever you feel, but this is what was already in our current memorial ordinance. I'm just trying to condense them to one policy.
So it's more of a useful life type
Yes.
expectancy, and I think it's realistic to have that on there.
I think so too, yeah.
Yeah, because if you're not expecting a picnic bench to last 50 years, you know, and we have this sometimes come up with the county parks too, like, you know, you have to replace it now. Does the family want to donate to replace it? I think that's pretty well expected when you make a donation. I don't think it's unreasonable, but I can bring it up in our group. So all these things, I guess we should probably put a term on most of the items, you know?
Do you put a guaranteed term, do you put 10 years or until item is no longer safe or repairable or?
I think this way, we're guaranteeing that we will make sure that if something happens to it, we will maintain it for 10 years.
Does that ever come back to bite us? That's a little bit of
Yeah,
a
because 10
concern.
years is like, I'm thinking
That's a
like
long
a bench.
time.
In 7 years, if it looks
I
pretty,
think before it used to be 20 years.
5 coats of
And so that was
graffiti.
a long time.
Sounds like,
yeah, just something like that, or if someone like, because we've had issues when we talk about Legacy Park, like some of those benches and chairs or picnic tables have been vandalized, and if that was the case, 10 years is a long time to fix a vandalized table or bench.
do we even have to have a guarantee term? Is that what did you want it on there longer? I mean, if you think about it, if you make a donation for something, do you necessarily expect that it's gonna be guaranteed to be there for a certain?
Yes,
It's a-
some
it's a
people
metal
do expect
bench.
it.
I expect it to be there for a long time.
If
Yeah.
I'm spending $1,500
Oh, right.
on a bench in honor of my grandma and somebody vandalizes it in 6 months, I'm gonna be pretty upset that it wasn't
Right.
replaced. So I think you need to have some time frame.
Okay.
10's probably not unreasonable.
I guess I can't disagree with that, but, I mean, I think another thing to look at for something is name on paver stones.
Sure, okay.
That's a
Like
huge
the
thing.
Hollywood stars.
Well, I'll tell you what, you go, I think down at State Fairgrounds, they have the stones or pavers with names on it,
Yeah,
Where are
like
those
this
at?
person contributed to this
all
park.
over the place down there.
Another thing I've seen is pickets on fences engraved, like on maintenance-free fences. So like families' names, there's a park in Litchfield, that's pretty amazing that they did just engrave.
Yeah,
their
but that's
names. So, like,
Litchfield.
every kid had their name because they were so excited to go and play in that park because they would find their name on one of the pickets, which I thought was cool.
Can you present some photos of that to like Park and Rec or Council and,
Yeah, I'll send it to you.
thanks. Yeah, because I haven't.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Just made yourself more work. Good
Yeah,
job.
any sort of ideas like that are good.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if anybody has more of that in the future, we're pretty flexible, and I think it's gonna come down to like, how do people wanna be involved, and hopefully we can really hit the ground running with this. So if you go to page 56, item number 10, the first, thing on there, this is just something that we had a brief discussion on, and I don't know how we're exactly gonna handle it yet, but it's something for you guys to consider. It says the city of Isani will maintain advertising signage for a period of up to 1 year, provided the condition of the item remains consistent with city standards. Now, this kind of goes back to the same discussion as a memorial picnic. This is more so labeled, or for like, we were thinking for like banners. So that's something just to consider. I don't know,
I will let you know that, just as you're doing this, that sometimes banners are not more affordable than signs. And
Okay.
signs sometimes last a lot longer. So then if
Okay.
you do signs, because banners wear easier.
Sure.
They, fray. But signs can last longer, and oftentimes they're, like our signs that we put in that park
Yep.
for the project was not more than some of our banners that we buy, so.
I wouldn't want.
yeah, we'll price that out.
I don't know if some banners would even last a year, so if
Yeah.
we're gonna
No.
have to replace them,
They wouldn't.
I would vote
That was
for
my
signs.
concern. Okay. And, we'll come back with more information on that. We were just saying banners because that's kind of where we started with. We haven't really looked in the specifics yet or pricing. We're still a little rough in this process. So that was, I think it's a good start of a draft, and if anybody has any other ideas or things to add to this, I don't know if anybody has any ideas now.
Does the city make its own street signs?
No, we buy them from like EFA or MR. MR sign or something like that. We
You can
usually
get-
get a price between the two and whoever's cheaper for that project.
There's online companies that actually make street signs, and you can have your name put on the street sign, and it's the same as the sign that the city buys. Because I bought my wife some for Christmas one year.
Make them back in the day.
You did? Okay, cool. Any other ideas based on this draft or things that you guys saw that were concerning?
My only concern is that I don't want to turn our entire city into an advertisement.
100%. Yep,
Okay.
you gotta be thoughtful with it.
I don't know, you pushed me a little too far on the basketball hoop idea. I was like, whoa, that's just a lot.
We gotta pay for this stuff, though. So right now, I'll give you some background. The state, we don't have any way to maintain our parks other than taxpayer levy. And if we continue to add to our parks with the Park Reserve Fund, we have, forever, we have to maintain that park. So say if we have, 12 parks, and each one is valued at $1 million. Well, that's $12 million, and it's amortized over 20 years. You're having to come up with, $500,000 of maintenance or money to replace those items, and where does it come from? So we have to figure out a way to, kind of get the community invested, and say if a company wants to agree to, repair, or replace the tar, the asphalt on a basketball hoop in exchange for something like that, that's something that you can't overlook, That's just, we have to be able to balance this, because there's people in our community that cannot afford to pay extra taxes for maintaining parks that they don't use. Like especially the elderly people or the people on lower income. We cannot continue to tax people to death where they can't afford to even live here for something they don't use. It's just and that's kind of the thing, but we're working as a group to think of things that make sense. Aaron's involved, and we have the pickleball people involved, and we're looking at sponsor pickleball courts. So you'll have your logo on the pickleball court door to go in. It's just, and these are pretty common in other places too. The skate park one, that one's pretty common to see that type of advertising there. We're flexible on all of it, so I don't think it's necessarily going to be a free-for-all, and I don't think we're actually going to get total, advertising everywhere.
No, 'cause
But
I think-
if we do, that's a huge benefit to our community.
I would say that for grant purposes, you would not be allowed to have advertising everywhere in many cases for
Sure.
the state and federal grant dollars.
Sure.
Just because that's against what they're trying to do, so.
That was my idea of, when you brought up the QR codes, that we did a 50-50 split, that some went back in to maintain other parks, where that stuff, 50% goes towards that
Yep.
amenity. Because I don't care, you're gonna have to maintain that somehow, somewhere else, even though that donation was made.
And that was another discussion. That was something we talked about, and now our attorney said we cannot do that.
According to state statute, it's considered solicitation of funds for parks, which we're not allowed to do.
So we're trying to figure out a way to do that, whether it's through a nonprofit. There's certain cutouts, and I've been waiting to hear back from the attorney on that, because that's a great way to get some revenue coming in without advertising. So I'm really hoping we can figure out an avenue for that. And I haven't heard back from the attorney, but I feel like there's always a way, and I asked another attorney, and he just said, why don't you just levy for it? Yeah, we could levy for it, but can our community afford to continue to pay, $500,000 a year of depreciation and put that away for parks? We have one of the biggest park systems in the state, 8 times the average acreage of a city, and eventually, it's gonna come time where we're gonna have to replace or maintain all of these items, and eventually, you have to tax levy for it. So, there's gotta be a creative way, and that's, we do that well up here at this group, get creative. So if anybody has creative ideas after you read the statute, maybe Stephanie or Josie could send out that statute, and we could see if there's creative thinking behind that can make it happen.
I appreciate your input on that, and you're right. It's amazing how many people just say, just levy for it, because it's not their money. And I like our approach where we
Try.
we try anyway, think outside the box, do what we can, and put what's only necessary onto the levy. But do we want to ask staff to do more research, maybe get more photos of some of these ideas that we're thinking? and
So we're
present them
doing
to
that
us?
as a group. So our group, one of our goals this last meeting was to come up with examples. So our ultimate vision is to come up with a flyer or a promotional thing that we can go to businesses and say, hey, here's some ideas of what other communities are doing or what we want to see happen to get our businesses involved with our parks, to maintain our parks. So we're going to work on some graphics, and all that will be presented to the city council. We really had to start with this draft policy first, but we're working on that, and hopefully by, in a couple weeks, we'll have more examples,
Sounds great.
And
This policy will basically allow them and give them a framework to work under for us to be able to accept the funds.
Correct. And then we'd come before city council, kind of like I'm doing right now, and we would just talk about, this is what we're doing, and just kind of get the city blessing on it in a sense, and have it in our policy, and then everybody makes donations to the city. It's direct to the city, but we have to have it in policy to do that. So it's a lot of moving parts, but I think it's good. And if you look at, George, you talked about what we're doing to get creative. If you look at us compared to other Class 4 cities, we're 50% below the average taxes on other Class 4 cities, and it's because of this. And we've seen, almost a 24% reduction in our tax rate in the last 3 years because we continually try to do these things that have an impact on taxpayers and saving money. So it's, leave no rock unturned. The community does the same thing every day in their houses, and we need to follow that. Any other input? But we'll definitely keep that in mind on the not advertised pollution type things.
Don't go insane, but
Yeah,
I think
right.
that pickleball is
They're excited.
contagious. And
Yeah.
they're excited, and I think you ride that wave right now.
Same with the skate park.
And same with the skate
Yep.
park, I agree. I think we're gonna be really lucky to start this way.
I agree, and that's kind of why this is like the time where we really kick it off. And we have two perfect avenues, hopefully, and potentially the grant comes through on that. That would be big. And speaking of the grant, Stephanie, what was included in that? We had a couple of questions amongst our group. So it was $200,000 for pickleball.
Give me 1 second.
Yep.
Do you know when we find out about it?
Midsummer.
Not till midsummer.
July usually.
Okay.
So if anything were to happen with the grant, say if we were to awarded it, nothing would happen until next year, most likely,
Yes.
just with timelines, unfortunately.
But stage 2 of the skate park starts.
Stage 2 is starting before stage 1, yes.
Yes.
Yep.
But when?
Hopefully in the next few weeks. So there was, the bowl's being moved right now, and he's got to refurbish it. So he's actually, the way he's phasing it right now is, we're leaving the existing skate park as it is. He's gonna bring in the skate park bowl. Obviously, when he's bringing in the bowl, they can still use the existing skate park. And then once the bowl's in, he's gonna start on the phase 1 aspect, because then the kids can still skate on the bowl. There's gonna be something skatable there the entire time, so there'll be no actual construction shutdowns so it won't interrupt anybody's summer, essentially. It's okay. I believe it was $200,000 for pickleball, $75,000 for skate park, and then trails was.
The total project cost was $360,922. The included in it was pickleball, plus the third phase of the skate park, plus lights for the ice skating rink, and then trail connections. So we have to basically connect all of the items we're required to by this grant to make them ADA. So like our basketball court there's a grassy area in between the sidewalk or the path and the court, so it's connecting that together. It's connecting, the skate park also has the same thing, like the path doesn't connect to the skate park pad. There's just a gap of grass, which isn't ADA accessible. So it's connecting that on both ends, I believe, as well as the pickleball court. So extending the trail to the pickleball court and then extending the trail to the new skating rink area. So those trail connections as well. And it includes all seating and picnic tables as well within this grant application.
That's what we added at the last minute.
Okay.
With the tables and stuff, yeah.
Yep.
That was good.
Okay, and then I've had questions about like a lack of sidewalk connection there on, I don't remember the name of that street, basically from, I think it's.
Isani Parkway.
Isani Parkway, yes, Third over there, and I know it was in some of our preliminary ideas. Is that included in this grant?
It is not included in this grant.
Okay,
at
that
this
was the
time.
question we had,
It was
so,
a pretty expensive
Right, it was.
extension, and I'm not sure what it was, but I know it was expensive. So
okay. And we're required, you said a connection to the basketball court, even though it's not in the grant, we're required to connect that?
Anything in the park needs to have a connection.
Okay, how about the amphitheater? I suppose that, does
That
that,
amphitheater already has it.
okay. I suppose
The
the
basketball would
backside,
just be from like the road, just a little path up the grass?
Yeah, what they would like, for what?
For the
sorry.
path to the basketball court?
Yep, so it's just connecting the basketball court to the path. Like the path goes like, just meanders by it, but it can't connect to it. Like
Okay.
there's a grass area in
Shoot,
between it.
that's a bummer.
So, yeah, it's just these small connections, which we knew we would have had to do the last time as well, so I knew that was just gonna be a requirement, so
Oh.
easy to add it in. Otherwise, if you don't add it in, they'll
glad
make
you
you
knew.
do it, and they're not paying for half of it, so.
Yeah.
does that include any sort of connection over to, I know we'd potentially talked about like a bridge over that little creek there to the Isani Arena? Does-
It doesn't include that connection, but it does just include it to extend that path, which is the most expensive part.
Right.
To put it, bring it through the trees, and we looked for, Mr. Becker and I looked for the shortest area, and he measured things for the grant and made sure that it was the correct amount.
Okay. And we are working on collecting donations for a lot of that stuff, and the donations received go 100% towards our local match from how I read the grant. So if we get a $5,000 donation from the Pickleball Association, that can go towards our $180,000 mandatory match. So now the city only has to put in $175,000. So hopefully, we can get some donations to offset that local match, so we don't have to take a bunch of money from our Park Reserve Fund. So we're leveraging, basically, we're getting a 2-for-1. We're getting twice the value on a donation out of this grant, if we're receiving the grant.
And we did, because of that, works that way, we do have some sand material that we were able to use in the grant too, so we were using our own material, which counts that value
cool.
towards the grant also, so.
Okay, well, sounds good. Good job, guys. I'm really hoping that comes through. I feel like it's gonna be a strong application. So we've been talking about that a lot as a group, and I guess we'll see what happens.
And if we don't get it, we can always apply next year.
Right,
So.
yep, and
And-
hopefully we can have a plan in place, so, we have really good numbers next year too. Any other recommendations on what I should bring back to that group? Or if anybody wants to get involved in that group, please feel free to let me know, or if any businesses want to advertise or be involved with sponsoring a park. We're talking about doing naming rights on the skate bowl, stuff like that. I think it's a cool opportunity to get an advertising for your business. You can also business expense it and then be involved in your community. Anything else, guys? Okay, we will move on to item E6, flock camera discussion. So,
Quick
yeah,
question.
yeah.
Before we start that,
Yep.
How much of staff do we need for what's left?
I think Josh, we shouldn't need you for this, Josh, if you want to go home. All right. You too, thank you.
Ask him twice.
Unless you have input on this one. I didn't,
Block cameras, city code discussion, there's good stuff left over.
yeah. Who? I don't know. I think it'll be all right. I don't know that this ought to be super lengthy. So I requested discussion on this item because the county sheriff's office decided to implement flock cameras at 8 major entrances into the county, and I don't feel that they were transparent in the process, so I wanted to have an open forum discussion on these cameras. I invited the sheriff's department here tonight, but I guess they couldn't make it. So these are a tool that collect vehicle information as a vehicle enters the county. They definitely have good law enforcement uses, but also have downsides, flaws, and significant concerns. I wasn't sure how aware our council group was that these are even going into the county for a minimum 60-day trial period. Most communities and law enforcement agencies are offering public forum opportunity before even implementing the trial period. This didn't happen in Isani County, and like I said, I'm a little disappointed in that, and I think our community deserves to know what's going on and have a chance to voice their concerns. And another issue that arose with this and what actually got me a little bit digging into it was that there was a little bit of information going around from the sheriff's department that someone from the city council in Isani actually approved of this trial period of flock cameras. So I want to clarify that we had no idea that these were going up in the county. There's been no communication with any of us, and I reached out and their response was that they thought we had a discussion about it in an open city meeting. We never have, not in as long as we've been here. I know back about, would you say about 8 years ago, the license, the LPR, went on that one squad car as a trial period.
It actually wasn't a trial period, it was a grant. through
Grant,
Lawrence
that's what it was.
County, I would say, don't quote me on it, 2015 through maybe 2020, 21.
Okay.
We operated the license plate reader on one squad.
So that was over 10 years ago that grant went through and we tried it, or we had it on a vehicle.
I would
and-
guess 2015.
And that wasn't Flock, correct? That was a different brand?
It was a different database, and it was a mobile.
Yep.
Same, capturing similar data, license plate data.
Sure. And we are no longer doing that, so I'm just wanting to clear that up. If you look at the BCA website, it still has us listed because, like you said, in 2015, there was a grant opportunity where our police department used those. We have not come back to ever approve them again. So I just wanted to clarify that. And tonight I want to openly discuss how we as a group feel about that technology. I'm very pro law enforcement, but these cameras are not secure and have had far too many issues to be trusted with our residents' data, in my opinion. But I wanted to see what you guys thought, if you wanted to have a discussion, just to be open with the community, if we wanted to set a policy to implement them or not implement them, or give, Travis the ability to say, hey, this is what our city council wants or doesn't want. I know the salespeople are very, very sales pitchy, and I don't know if law enforcement wants any sort of direction on that or not. So I just thought we'd have an open discussion amongst all of us.
I don't even know what the hell they are, so I could care less.
Okay.
I don't break the law, so I don't need to worry about it.
Fair enough.
A few years ago, I did have a conversation about basically the same method that is not so intrusive, and that is trying to get residents who have key pieces of property like one way in and one way out of a road to have one of their surveillance cameras pointing towards the road, so that if there's a crime committed on that road, that the police department would have maybe access to some video. I'd like to see our city become more proactive instead of giving up their rights to Flock right now until more information comes out and it gets tried. I mean, there's a lot of cities that are against it, a lot of counties that are against it, and some are for it. And it is a great tool. I've looked at it. I mean, it's a great tool for law enforcement, but what are we as individuals giving up as far as our personal and given rights to be able to have the government use these, and will they not abuse it in the future is my only worry. In the meantime, I'd like to see us find a different way to address this, address what Flock already can basically do, and that is monitor who's going through a community, but only on an if-needed basis, and not have that information public.
Which I think we already do. If there's a crime in an area, do you guys generally look for any sort of Ring cameras or anything like that? And
Yeah, we do, but I think what George is talking about, there are communities that actually promote a program within their community of, like, so we would have, you can sign up that you have cameras at your address at such and such place, and we can have a map of that. And if they need that, they can go ask George, do you have any video at 3 o'clock
Right.
from yesterday, from whatever. So there are communities that actually promote that type of program.
And that's what I wanted to do, or I was leading into a few years ago when the subject came up, because most of these surveillance systems you buy nowadays come with 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 cameras. And if we're promoting this, people might buy an extra 2 cameras and point them off to the street to give the police access if they ever needed it, if there's a crime committed in that area. And
Sure.
they reach out to the community asking for footage, and they might be able to identify a vehicle.
Okay, that's an interesting idea. I just installed 12 of them on my mom's house, so.
Oh my
I
gosh.
got like 8.
Yeah, so if anything ever happens, and I know down on my street, there was a thing, like some intruder was going through somebody's garage the other night, and it was caught on somebody's camera, so they posted that on Facebook. And, you know, you couldn't really tell who it was, but it's like now everybody's aware. And I love that about this technology where we can help each other, but it has to be you have to be voluntarily involved with it. You shouldn't be mandatorily involved with something like that. So,
Right, that's what I meant, volunteer.
yeah, I think that's an interesting idea.
Or
And-
even the police department reaching out to key residents, maybe have already a template of a letter and sends it out to key residents in areas that a camera would work great for what they need to do.
So is that something maybe we could get more information on, or like, I don't know.
Look and see what the other communities do.
Yeah.
Now, I don't want to get into what's more intrusive or not intrusive, but that would be an actual video of somebody, which you wouldn't get off Flock.
Sure,
But
but
yeah.
that's owned by a private
Yeah.
individual anyway.
But anyway, I can't recall which community, but there are communities out there, we can look and see what they've done for their promotion of that. Like they put out a promotion and say, hey, if you're interested in cooperating and you have cameras in your neighborhood and you wanna let the police department know. I don't know how they're doing that, but there are communities doing that.
Well, it's almost similar to like, remember when there would be like safe houses for
Yeah.
like kids, like you would put up a thing in your window that said like, this
McGruff
house
house.
is a what?
They had McGruff houses.
Oh, that's what it was,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, similar. So there are communities in Minnesota, local communities doing that. So we can look and see which ones are doing it, how they're promoting it, how they're tracking that type of stuff. And obviously it'd be totally voluntary based, right?
Right. Just a different approach, because I think most of the issue with this is the brand itself, and there's been a lot of issues, we'll just say that. But if there is something that's maybe more community-friendly, I mean, I don't know how I feel about the whole surveillance thing in general, but it's an interesting thing to talk about, idea, concept.
The only thing is like, we can get that data from anywhere, like Placer AI will give us oodles of information, and none of you are even aware of it, and none of you have okayed it, and none of you
Right,
have.
exactly.
So I guess you're being monitored all the time. And if you're telling me that a system that the sheriff is just trying is gonna tell me, like, I guess I just look at like our small community right now, and there was a child that was abducted just to our neighborhood, or not our neighborhood, but to our neighboring city. Like, what if that had stopped some of the things that had happened to that child sooner than it did?
Right.
There are drugs. I mean, we had like,
Or was that how that child was located?
stop, Travis.
That was actually,
From Flock or Placer ID?
Ring cameras,
Ring camera, so
yeah,
Well, the location.
the location.
the location, okay. I mean, but we have had drugs in our community too. I mean, we had that ginormous thing with the cartel, correct? Like, I don't know what they're gonna use it for. I don't know a
Right.
lot about it. I know
Yeah.
it's down in Georgia, and I read a little bit about it because you put it online.
Yep.
So I did Google it and talk to many people about it. I think a lot of people say, I'm not doing anything wrong.
Sure.
You can take pictures of my car if you want. You can follow me. You can track my speed. You can do, I'm not worried about it. What are they gonna sell me?
Sure.
Like 2014 Honda? I don't think so. Like, that, what are you so worried about?
So you want my personal opinion?
I do, yeah.
Okay, well, there's been data issues. I've literally watched a video on YouTube where someone hacked into theirs. It's a cloud-based storage, so you can hack in, you can get the information fairly easily. This has been happening in Europe for a long time, and there's actually people there that go around and just take them down. And there's data privacy issues as far as law enforcement. Now, I think our enforcement officers here are great, but where they use that to do things that they shouldn't be doing. There's issues, my biggest concern is liability of harassment type issues. If they can prove that an officer is harassing a certain individual, then it creates a potential for a lawsuit. Now, you can have that either way, but there's a lot of information and that I specifically, personally don't trust. And that's why we have this conversation and why every single person in this community should have the opportunity to talk about it, get their input heard, and that's the whole issue. And that's why I just want to open it up so we can talk about this again. It's not necessarily, should we do it or should we not do it? It's just to have a discussion because the community wants a discussion on it.
Were you invited to that meeting?
Which
Like they-
meeting?
I don't know. Someone responded and said you were invited to a meeting.
So I can clear that up. So I'll just tell you, you guys want the backstory, I'll give it to you. So I had found out through another city council, they were talking about this flock camera in one of their public hearings, because they had 2 public hearings in North Branch regarding flock, where they let the people come in and talk before they decided on it. And in one of the public hearings, a law enforcement officer said that they were planning on collecting data from Isanti County soon, because Isanti County was implementing these. And that was news to some people, and I heard about it. So I reached out to the sheriff's department and asked, and he said, yes, we are. And I asked if there was anything at public hearing, and he said there wasn't. And then he invited me to come see the system. I've actually seen the system and researched it myself. I've known about it for a couple of years. The flock cameras have been everywhere, and it's been kind of on my algorithm, so I'm aware of how they work. I've seen how they function. So I did say I don't need to see them. I would just appreciate if you guys would have some sort of public hearing. I talked to the county commissioners. They didn't know about it. And then it was in a consent agenda item on their utility permits, which I don't feel was an appropriate place to put it, and it was somehow missed. But then they requested to have a committee of a whole meeting on this, and where they actually talked about it, and I came in and gave public input along with 4 other people, and we had this type of open discussion. That was the March 12th meeting that I referenced, or May 12th meeting that I referenced earlier. So that's just, we need to continue to have these open conversations. You know, no matter what happens, that's the message here. It's not necessarily, you know, flock cameras. I personally don't agree with them, but the message is transparency. And we see this in all sorts of forms of government where people just aren't transparent. And we need to continue to be transparent so people trust what we do, and so they trust law enforcement. You don't want to push a divide in law enforcement because you're not being transparent. I think we do a good job here with that. You know, we promote our law enforcement and try to be transparent with everything. That's why I want to get ahead of this and just talk about it so everybody knows that we did not approve these flock cameras. We had absolutely nothing to do with this as a city, and that whole rumor was started by the sheriff's department, and I'm not gonna go into that, but we haven't had that discussion here, so I wanted to have it. Would you agree with most of that, Travis?
Yeah, as far as there's been no flock camera discussions within the city, and city council or.
Thank you.
What kind of insurances could you give the public? Let's say that we had a flock system. What kind of insurances could you give the public that one of your own officers couldn't abuse it to follow a girl he's interested in and figure out her routine and?
Well, they'd be
Yeah,
fired.
So when you start going on that path, we allow our officers to carry guns to shoot people.
Right.
So if we allow them to carry a gun to shoot people,
We should be able,
then I don't know how many more what-ifs should we go? So if we're concerned about an officer, how dare we give them a gun that's capable of shooting somebody? If we don't trust them. You know what I mean? There's so many what-ifs of responsibility, and they carry a high level of responsibility. And obviously, there's officers that do things wrong, right? And we address those in, nationally, locally, or whatever you want to say. But the point of, we have officers out there right now driving cars with loaded guns in their car that have the authority to shoot people. So that's a very high threshold of responsibility and trust we have in them. So I don't know, you could go down the what-ifs of every what-if down the path, but we give them the ultimate responsibility to start with.
I agree. Until we know more about it and all the checks and balances between what information is given out, how police departments are effectively using it, what controls are in place. I mean, until I do more research, I'm not comfortable with it right now. I'd like to go a different direction, but that's the way I feel about it right now, too. I can see how, and I like you said, Eric, most people have nothing to hide. They don't, it's a good thing. Could have improved the safety? Yeah, it could. But are there other options out there? We don't know how the government will use it in the future, once it gets all set up.
So I
That's it.
I have
Those are all
some,
the things we have to look into.
Yeah. I do really, really, why I ran for this position, I want us to be kinder, more respectful, less finger pointing to the people that don't agree with us. I mean, we have to stop angering people. I know that you guys love this discussion piece of it, but holy moly, like, there's just so many angry people about it, and we keep going to that 1% or 0.1% of what could happen, and I agree, it can happen, and it does happen, but that's not the majority, that's not, and
We don't know if.
Okay, we don't know
Yeah.
that, but we do know that we're angering people by saying certain things. And that
accountability.
that flock camera discussion went like way off kilter. And other discussions recently have gone way off kilter because I feel like I don't know, the discussion's becoming so narrow and so, like what Travis just said, like the majority, these officers are all carrying guns. I mean, I never even thought about, like, just the idea of like this flock thing could be terrible, but like they already have all the ammunition they need. They have all the ability, and yet we place a lot of trust in them, and I do trust them. I don't typically in my brain go right to what if they try to do this. I mean, I put my trust in it. I put my trust in if they want to try the flock camera, try it, and then come to us.
No, not me.
No, I know, but,
Yeah.
and that's the thing, like, that's why we're having this discussion, and that's what I'm
100%.
saying, like, a lot of people do feel the same as me. My algorithm points to something really different. My algorithm, not the same as you three.
Correct.
But my algorithm sends me very different messages. It's because it's aimed at me. Your algorithm is sending you very different messages.
100%. And that's why you have the discussion before you implement it, and
They haven't implemented it, they're trialing it.
no, it's
That's
implemented.
implementation.
That's so as of last week, all of them were up. And that was actually months before the flock was even supposed to put them up. So they came on their own will and put them up ahead of time already, and that wasn't the agreement. So my problem is, the transparency is an issue. You also can't trust a company that doesn't listen to the guidelines and the time frame that you gave them.
I can appreciate
That
that.
different places, and on those shared posts, I had over 2,000 comments. I went through and counted, and there were less than 200 that were pro flock camera. Now, obviously, that's not 100% representation. There's many. It's not a science research study, but the fact that there's that many people in our community and other communities, I'm sure, that commented that are against the flock cameras. That's a 90-10 ratio you saw there. Again, that's not all telling, but that tells you that we need to have a discussion about it. And I love this discussion. That's the whole point of government. And I think as leaders, we have to call out transparency anytime it's not transparent, because it's so easy for the government to push stuff through without people knowing, and then after the fact, people are like, what the heck happened? So I'll tell you guys right now that down at LMC, I go down as a city rep, and there's been actual open mention about implementing a commuter tax on people outside of the Minneapolis Metro 7 area. And they have actually had roadblocks with this because there's not an easy way to implement like toll stuff. Well, last year, someone brought up flock cameras. So flock cameras are all over the state. All it takes is one state policy for them to get that information and say, hey, now everybody that drives past one of these flock cameras, we're going to charge you $1 every time you drive past one. So this can impact our community, and the state holds the reins on this stuff, not us. So how are we going to say we implement this and now all of a sudden our taxpayers get a monthly thing of $100 that they have to pay because they drive down to the metro? Like, this is actual policy that is being discussed at the state capitol. And it's just a concern because how far does this go? Next it could be during a COVID shutdown again. If you caught leaving the county, like this, these are examples, and maybe it's not going to happen, maybe it is. But this is the discussion that the community wants to have. And I want to provide that. And whether we talk about this all the time, like I said, I invited the sheriff's department here today, and there was supposed to be someone here. Maybe we'll have to have this discussion again and get more information. But I encourage people to watch that meeting. There's people on both sides that are interested in hearing more, so.
And I'm interested to hear more about the system.
Sure.
And about what it can do for us and what it can't do for us. But I don't like talking about how awful it is or the wrong things that are going to happen because of it. But I like to get data. I like to get information.
Yep.
Anything that interferes on individual rights, I have a hard time with because I'm just pro-individual rights. I mean, that's what our country was based on, and that's what we need to protect, even if we have to do it on a local level. So I don't even, I'm not 100% familiar with this system either, but I can see some cause for abuse in the future or what it could lead into. That's my main concern.
Nick, did you have anything?
Because once you give the government an inch, they're not giving it back. I mean, that's all.
I can appreciate that.
Nick, did you have any input on this?
I can.
Yeah.
There's all the things that could happen, which I have many concerns about what could happen, but outside of that, I think there's a principle of what's being talked about. And I'm not a constitutional law scholar, but I think this, for me, crosses warrantless search and seizures, this mass surveillance type stuff. I understand that the product can be used in an effective manner towards the ends of certain goals of law enforcement, but even without that, or even with that, I think you're giving something up when you have that. And I can't do anything about the NSA doing mass data surveillance, but at the city and at the county, we can have control over not paying for our own surveillance, which could be used in a good manner. It can also be used in a bad manner. Like if the state legislature passed something that if you have this system, you have to allow us access to it. And even though they're not paying for it, now all of a sudden the state has access to it. So if there is another thing that happens where they want to do contact tracing, they have the means to more effectively do so. So I have concerns from a principled standpoint, even outside of what could happen. I think even if they operate as described and the company is trustworthy, it's still warrantless search and seizure in my book.
Steve, do you have any input on this conversation? Not particularly.
I think right now we've discussed it.
Yep, okay.
At this point, we're done with it.
Yep.
Let's move forward.
No, that's fair.
I mean, we've already all voiced our opinions.
Yep.
You know, Erica's not against it. I
I just don't have an opinion yet. I've
know,
only
I know,
read about
I
it
know,
for
but I
1
mean,
week.
But I understand, I get where she's at, I get where you're all at. It's also, could be something very safety conscious for a mad bomber that's coming through and they could catch it, I get it. But it's not something that I want to implicate to our people, because I'm gonna say right now, whatever I think, there's probably 30 people that think opposite of that. So it's their decision. If they, to me, it should have been something that the county people should have took a vote on, plain and simple.
Agreed.
If they just said yes,
Yeah.
if they said yes, then that's what it is.
Yep.
It's just like presidents. You may not like the president that we have. All you can do is vote against that person. But you still need to accept that they got elected because of the votes.
Right,
And you have to respect that, right?
100%.
And that's where I'm at with it. I don't care about it because I don't disagree with you that all of a sudden I'm driving in Minneapolis and all of a sudden I get a ding on my phone. Oh, you owe $14 because you drove down I-35. Well, I don't think that is an intention that shouldn't be done,
Right.
plain and simple.
My last comment would be that the people I've talked to, this doesn't seem to be a political thing. The vast majority of people I've talked to in the real world have issues with it from both camps. So
That is very true. Bipartisan support.
even
I
without
would agree with that, yes.
Even without my tinfoil hat stuff, like just as far as what it is, as described, it is a overmajority people having issue with it.
Right, so what
You
I
have a
would,
tinfoil hat?
It's made out of real tinfoil, not even aluminum foil. It's the legit stuff, so it actually works.
so I would propose, I don't know how you guys feel about this, but I would like to have something in writing that if we ever consider something like this, it would have to come before the council.
Yes.
Like, I don't know if you guys
Well,
are,
By our own city policy, it would, we can't enter into any contracts without council's approval, so.
but what about the trial period stuff too? Is it the same type of
we
deal?
have
It's
to
a
supposed to be a
con- you said a
contract.
contract with it, so, yeah, I
Okay.
mean, right, as we are, the city of Isani does not have any contract or pursuing any contract. We don't even have access to the flock data, but I will tell every one of you that we will utilize flock data if it's given to us. If there's an abducted kid coming up 65.
Right.
And they tell us that flock data says this, the dispatch gives it, the city of Isani will use flock data.
Right, yep.
Right? I mean, how do we not?
Yep.
Whether we agree
Please
with it or
do.
don't agree with it.
But you'll come to us before we decide, before anything like that is
100%.
No,
decided
he'll
with
save the child
implementation.
first and then.
Well, no, I'm saying with implementation, right.
No, we're not, yeah, I don't, for us to actually, let's say we wanted to do what the county did, we would have to sign a contract with Flock to have a trial. And we can't engage in a contract like that without going through council anyway. Not to mention, I think I told you this already, Luke, and let's say you put something in writing, well, in 6 months from now, and there's a new majority council, they can put something else in writing, so it's not
Right.
relevant.
Yep.
So I mean, you can if you really think it's, means something, but we're not gonna go like anywhere down the flock camera system without any council input.
Okay.
Other than, like I said, utilizing data that we're getting from other flock users.
I would still like to consider something. You're not gonna be here forever. I think you're great, and I don't know
4
if
years and 11 months.
Yeah, and you don't have it down to the day?
Well, it's not just that, it's also in the city code, unless somebody was to change it. And
But it's-
by signing a letter today,
Yep.
can get changed by a total
Sure,
different council.
100%.
So
Okay.
as of right now, I don't think we need anything in writing, because everything has to come through council approval, no matter what.
And I thought it was just a discussion.
Well, yeah, it is, but I didn't know if we'd wanna bring it forward ever or not. I don't know how you guys feel.
I don't see any
I'm okay
reason
with a
to.
resolution if you want to present one next meeting or the meeting after of some sort.
Nick?
I mean, it's at least a speed bump that someone had to go and change something and actually bring it before the people or have the discussion or sign something, so it requires an action
Yeah,
to
because
undo it.
if you look at the county process, that was supposed to be transparent and clear with that too. And it was, so I wanna make sure that we're all on the same
The
page. and we
sheriff
don't-
has elected authority to do contracts where
So that he has more authority than you do. Okay. Well, just something to consider. We can have a discussion again or not at some point, so. Maybe we'll come back, maybe we won't, I don't know.
I think we're good for now.
Okay. Everybody good? Anything else to say?
No.
Thank you for the input, Erica, Steve, Nick, everybody. You know, we had the discussion. If anybody has questions, you're welcome to come to any of us.
That was a good discussion.
It was a great discussion. Item number 7, city code discussion.
That's me.
Oh, okay. Go for it.
So I guess I'd questions for council and for city staff about certain things that are in code. Since things switched to a complaint-based system, there's still things that are on there that are not enforced. I'm wondering if things go X amount of time without being enforced, if we want to reduce them or eliminate them, such as like things like trash cans in front of houses, or I was gonna do a fence permit, but the stated distance from the sidewalk that a fence is allowed, if you go and you drive around, there's many fences that are within that amount. So no, some people are grandfathered in, but trying to unify that stuff so that not just people are grandfathered in, but things are what the minimum is that they need to be.
That would take a very large ordinance change to make those adoptions, especially just a blanket, which, since our code is codified, is also very expensive, and would take a lot of time, because we'd have to go through it individually. So if it's zoning code regulations, we could go through it. We have gone through it quite a few times in the last few years and made a lot of changes. A lot of the fence requirements specifically for sidewalks, distance are related to the vision triangle requirements that we have for sightlines for driving. And so that's why those have been implemented. But if you want to.
Setbacks come into play with that then?
Yep, setbacks come into play, because if depending on what the fence opacity is, it has to be so far away from the corner, which is a safety requirement for driving. So there's a lot of different reasons why some of those have been in place. But definitely open to a discussion if you want to talk about them, and we can, just because there's so many varying places that you brought up, it would be difficult for us just to do, it wouldn't be a simple change, it would be an overwork of our zoning.
I said, there's 3 of them that I know of, and I just was wondering, but yeah, so you would just prefer me to email you, or do you want to do that?
Yeah, you can meet or email, whatever you prefer. I think that'd be our best way to just talk about some of the reasons why some of them are implemented, because some of them are just, sometimes it's related to statute requirements or safety requirements or other things.
Another one would be like, there's a requirement that you have 2 trees in your front yard. Builders build it like that, but then the homeowner takes them out. Why?
We actually just amended that in the last 2 years, so that actually not every yard requires 2 in the front yard. It depends on the width of your lot road frontage. So we do have some now, many that only require 1 tree in our front yard. We are required to replace trees in many reasons for our tree replacement plan, because when new developments are built, They're often tearing down or, obviously, in some senses, ruining a natural habitat for animals and other things of that nature. And so the replacement is an environmental thing that we do for our city to create a better place to live. So generally, that tree replacement is included, the front yard tree replacements is included in the larger development plan for the tree replacement. That's required by developers.
Okay.
Or by us for developers.
So basically, your question, Nick, is it seems like some areas have sort of different rules than others. And I think a lot of that, like, we see it in county roads versus city roads. There's different requirements for different projects. And like the sidewalks, they have to be within a certain, every project has a little bit of variance. Every development has a little bit of variance. That's why when they come in, they have all these variance type requests where it's like, well, we can't make this happen. Can we accept this? And I think as you have a developing city, you're gonna have different aspects of different areas of town that have just different, flat out different requirements. Is that kind of
You're correct. We do, most of our developments are created by PUD, which allows for more flexibility, which sometimes gets the negative sides of it. They think it's trying to keep people out, but we really use it as a flexible tool to allow for more options for homes. Like, so specifically, that one tree limit in that development would be allowed specifically in a newer development, but now we did change our entire ordinance to match that. So sometimes it makes way for an ordinance change when we do a PUD, but PUDs really do allow for more flexibility, but that is why you see some setbacks in different zoning districts for different things, but generally not fences unless they have been grandfathered in. But generally, there's a reason why the setback has been changed, and it's maybe because of the right-of-way is different in that roadway also. So sometimes if it's a county road, for instance, the right-of-way is a lot wider. If it's a narrow city street that's in an older part of town, the right-of-way that we own is much smaller. So it just really depends on what your lot is.
And it's kind of like people, like every person has a little bit different traits and characteristics. Every little development's gonna have different things too. It would be nice if we could uniform it, like make it more uniform, but you can't go back and post-date stuff to, if this fence is already up, you can't, take it down.
The sightline thing I hadn't considered before, but I guess I was thinking that at some point in time, the distance between sidewalks and fences, I was just trying to figure out what the minimum is that's needed for like sidewalk replacement or repair.
Okay.
And if that's what was driving that setback, then going towards the minimum that's actually
I
needed.
will say the minimum requirement for that is actually set by plowing, because we need enough room to plow and maintain that snow storage when we do get a lot of snow, especially since the city's the one maintaining the sidewalks in
And then when they
Isani.
plow when they plow the sidewalk and they break the person's fence, they want the city to pay for fixing it. So now you make them put a setback on it.
But then like, if all these fences aren't following a setback, then why is it even there?
Well, we are pretty strict about our fences and where they go. We inspect all the
Yep.
fences, and they have to get a permit every time. So if we don't know about it, a fence that went in that was unpermitted, we'll eventually find out about it if it didn't meet the setback. Also, it would be likely, or could be impeding upon drainage and utility easement, stormwater pipe, because we've had fences impact stormwater pipes, which is a very expensive expense for a homeowner, because they didn't get a permit and we didn't know that they were, and they didn't realize they had a stormwater pipe on their property line. So we do recommend fence permits most of all, actually, and it's not because we're just trying to regulate something that actually protects you more in the long run.
So I have a question on the sidewalks on Whiskey Road. There's a couple of them that are literally touching the sidewalk. And are those generally approved, or what, was that?
That was either grandfathered in, or we don't have the right-of-way, because that road was so old. That's where the sidewalk discussion actually
Right.
lies within, is that right-of-way is not the same width throughout that road.
Okay.
So it really depends on where the right-of-way is, on where the fence can go.
And that one seems to have the most amount of variance, and I know that's kind of what I think brought it to your attention. It's like there's some that are 8 feet from the sidewalk, and there's some that are 2 inches from the sidewalk, so it's just.
Sometimes people choose to, just have a smaller fenced-in yard too.
Sure.
I wouldn't have ever thought that, but as a fence perimeter. Some people just do want an area for their dogs, and then they want an open area. So you
Okay.
never know what the reasoning is.
Is there any way that, have you ever thought like, man, we should clean this up some way with with any of that stuff? Is there anything?
Yes and no. Like, it would be a big task. I don't think it's something just our internal staff would be able to take on at this point. Like, we're just constantly doing daily work.
100%.
Which is really
Awesome.
busy. So that's great. So we've talked about it a few times, and we just know that it's a huge undertaking for us to do a complete ordinance revamp for the zoning ordinance anyway. I know the city of Becker just did it. That's where I live, and I think it cost them $75,000. So also why I haven't asked.
Sure. Okay. But there's nothing like absolutely glaring that you're highly concerned about? I mean, we could talk about it anytime.
Especially since we're complaint-based right now, and maybe that's some of the stuff that you're concerned about, is that it's been the wishes of the council for us not to have somebody going around
Correct.
looking for things and reporting them. And so since we're not doing that, unless we get a complaint, we're not reporting on things. So if the council's wishes change and they want us to start enforcing things from our standpoint, we will do that. It's really your will of how we enforce the code.
Well, that's not changing for me. There's no way we're paying somebody to go tick off residents.
So that,
But if it's a complaint, then we follow through. That's,
if it's not bad enough that Public Works can't do what they need to do, or that someone is unwilling to file a complaint over it, then I don't understand why it
Right.
shouldn't be on the books.
Oftentimes, they're in there because we've had issues in the past, and it gives us a leg to stand on when the extremes do happen, which obviously, many of you have discussed that those are things you're worried about. So
Yep.
we do live in the world of extremes in the zoning. code
It's gonna
enforcement.
cost more to remove them than it is worth leaving them in there.
I think as far as like nuisance, are you referring to like some of the nuisances that are probably on the books that we haven't even?
Like trash cans in front of someone's garage is out of city code. I see it over half
I
the
mean,
time.
just for
and-
example, here, the first thing we ever had to deal with in the nuisance code, which is foul smells, I don't remember how it's referred to that, but right, you can't have something that's foul smelling. So since we've been doing it, I've never even had to even deal with that.
how do you define that?
Well, when your neighbor threw chicken carcasses in their backyard in a box since last
That would
winter, we actually had grounds to stand on to go
Okay.
deal with it, right? But I would have never envisioned that would have been an issue. But if you're the neighbor, and if we say, well, we haven't used that nuisance ordinance for 6 years, we got rid of it, it's probably not a good answer either. you know?
Right.
So that was just one I could think of. It was like 2 weeks ago we dealt with. It was chicken carcasses. And it did smell. And we've never dealt with that before.
And some of the stuff is for the what ifs. There's probably 100 situations we never thought of that we don't have anything in there for. Everything changes, the times change, people change. I mean,
It's been better than it has been, though.
Yes.
yeah, the complaint-based stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was always my complaint. It was always, should be a complaint-based.
I remember that time. That was horrible. I remember I got a letter for somebody else's chickens in my backyard. It's like, they're not even my chickens, and I was threatened with a ticket.
It was long better to change it to complaint-based than having
Right.
a CSO officer walking around measuring your grass, because he would only go to where a certain person told him to go.
I'm not trying to go away from complaint based. I'm just saying that
I just think it's worth more, it's gonna cost us way more to remove somebody's garbage can ordinance in front of their garage than it's worth just leaving it in there. If you're not gonna call and complain about it, who cares? I don't care.
And I do think if you don't have any ordinance, like the man who came in tonight and said, he was concerned about some of the things that were in our ordinance, actually, that weren't enforced because we hadn't heard a complaint on, you'll have more of that happening because we won't have any way to get rid of those nuisance issues, so.
Right.
I wanna file a complaint against my neighbor. He's got more shit in his yard than Brook Park Auto Salvage has got. And I gotta look at it every time I drive by it. But we allowed them to do that. This guy did.
Me?
Yeah, you and Jimmy.
No, that was a group vote.
No, it wasn't. I denied it 100%. I argued that the
Oh,
whole
yeah,
time.
Yeah, but it was a majority vote.
Yeah,
It
I don't
wasn't just
care.
me.
I still don't think it's right because it decreases my value of my property
Sure.
when you have a junkyard next to you. And that was my argument, and I guarantee you, there's more people that feel that way than you think.
There probably is, yeah.
And when next thing is, he was changing his oil out in the flipping street. And you can drive down the street and you can see the puddle of oil.
That's illegal.
Yeah, well, that's illegal, but you allowed it so nobody says anything.
No, we don't allow that, that's
That-
illegal.
No, stop.
No, we
Before you
will-
say this, when you allow them to have a junkyard, they are going to do that. And he drains his oil in his flipping yard to keep the dust down because he's not parking on his asphalt. So plain and simple, when you allow them to do that, you're gonna allow that to happen until somebody files a complaint about it.
If we did see oil in the street, all of our police officers and public works people are trained to report that, so.
Travis, tell your officers to drive down and look at, you know which house I'm referring to. Tell them to look out just west of it, and you'll see it. Because that truck sat there for a week. And when they finally moved it, it was about this big.
You can file a complaint.
It doesn't matter, because we still allow him to have his backyard look like a junkyard. And it's not gonna change the fact. That was my biggest complaint, by allowing people to park all these junk vehicles, boats and trailers and everything in their yard. To be a foot off your driveway with your tire, no big deal. But when you're parking 4 cars off your driveway in your yard, is decreasing the value of everybody's property.
That's against ordinance, correct?
That was ordinance a
know
while
that.
ago.
I think it's still against ordinance if you have
you're
that
starting
many.
wrong to start
I
parking.
think it did change,
It did change. You
Yeah.
allowed them to park on their grass.
yeah.
Yeah, I guess we'd have to look at the specifics, but file a
But I'm
complaint.
just- But
yeah.
what I'm just saying is, there's things in there that even though I could complain about, aren't gonna change anything. It's gonna cost us more to change our codes than it is worth just leaving them in there.
I agree. I think it's better, it's like an insurance policy, you know? You don't ever know when you're gonna need insurance, but if there's that rare circumstance where you need insurance or need something, a foot to stand on, it's better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. But I understand the intent.
That's anarcho-tyranny.
I
That's a what?
understand.
What'd you say?
Anarcho-tyranny.
I don't know what that word is.
Anarchy for some, tyranny for others.
Oh.
The two-tier justice system.
I do not use those words a lot.
But I understand the intent to try and make it more simple and clean it up and
But if it's gonna cost the city more money, that means this goes back in the tax.
I'm not saying to expedite and like say nothing happens until it's done. I'm just saying like if we come across this stuff, can we look at trying to eliminate the stuff that nobody enforces and there's no complaints off of like why I don't know like when is the trash can thing gonna come into play where it's a good thing we had the trash can ordinance on the book.
Well, 3 mayors ago, that was a big thing.
I've heard complaints about somebody that's that has had that issue with their neighbor where they had like 6 garbage cans totally full of stuff in front of their garage, and the neighbors had to look at it. That has been a complaint. You probably know which one I'm talking about.
Did they file a complaint though?
Yeah, somebody filed a complaint, and it was taken care of.
Oh my gosh, I have my garbages in front of my garage.
Oh my gosh.
Because if it's around the corner, the wind blows it over, and that pisses me off way more, and probably my neighbors.
See, there's another,
I just put mine in the
It
garage.
doesn't mean that we can't change the ordinance,
Right.
amend it accordingly to be more reasonable, because I am definitely for that. I don't think that we should have an ordinance that we're not using, but also at the same time, a overhaul of the ordinance is very expensive, so just
Right,
making
yep.
you aware of that.
and we've kind of tackled ordinance things here and there as they come up, like, oh, this doesn't make sense.
We still have another agenda item.
We do?
No, that was the final one.
Oh, thank goodness. Okay.
Are you satisfied? with what-
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion to adjourn from Councilmember Peterson, second from Councilmember Zidane. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, everybody, for the discussion.
Just look up animal units. I think animal units are out